Hello, hello! Welcome everyone. Hopefully everything is going well with everyone. We're back with some Genshin Impact. Let me reset my model real quick. Hopefully stream is going well. It looks like stream is actually smooth, which is actually surprising. I'm using sc.live for multi-streaming. I hope everyone's having a good day. Alright. Looks like we do have a new... Oh! What is this? Alright. Let's see what this is about. Enters guild elevator changes in Louis. Alright. Alright. Let's see what's up with this. This looks familiar. Me? Sergeant, huh? I can get used to that. Sergeant? Sergeant? Alright.
緊急時には隊長級の指揮権を有すると聞きます。今日そんなことより、ユーヘン様のところへご同行願いませんか?
Oh, we have to work. We should meet with the lady. Kitchen's here too. Must be more complicated than so much. But this one with a quick fight.
ユーヘン様、予想通り旅人とご苦労様。
久しぶり。相変わらず情報が入るや否や、すぐ前線に駆けつけるのね。
Oh yeah, Sergeant. Oh yeah, so don't mind me somehow getting a no name for my account.
手短に話すわ。
Give me a brief.
ここの地脈の溢れ出る魔物を排除した後も乱れが収まらなくて。おかしいな。
So your ley line deposit turned into a sort of teleport waypoint? Should you guys be back up?
それなら心配はいらないわ。今のところ防衛線はとても安定している。みんな桐原からの精鋭部隊で経験豊富な兵士ばかりなの。
Please don't worry, Paimon. Our defenses are as stable as it can be, and all units and elite officers who have served in Gila Plains. With their experience, each one of them is easily worth 100 troops. Still, the longer the Grayson stays up, the more costly it will be. If we don't find the source of the ley line disturbance soon, we run the risk of depleting resources and troop fatigue. Military action should be taken precision and prudence. Every attack has to count. A passive defense is always a losing this strategy. Yep. Yeah, it would suck.
すでにイエランが部下を連れて帰郷。
あら、ごめんなさい。
Few hours, sorry.
ユーヘン様が旅人と心ゆくまでおしゃべりできる。
What the fuck?
ゆっくり帰ってきた方が良かったかしら。
I like catch up with Lincoln Private. What the fuck?
うわ、いつからいたんだよ。早かったわね。調査うまく
半々ってところね。いい知らせとしては、大まかな状況は既存のサンプルの調査結果と軍事史の記述を照らし合わせた結果、
I was able to confirm that the ley lines are currently
記録のある悲惨な
reenacting
戦い
major
を
historical battles
秘境の中で再
inside
現
the
しているこ
domain,
とが分
likely
か
to
った
explain
わ
the monsters being just about to. Another ley line disturbance,
旅
huh?
人はピンとくるんじゃないかしら
Thought of my
モンドでも似たような
sources
現象
on
が起きた幸いそ
Fortunately,
の
never
時の状
saw
況は
things.
それほど深刻ではなく
And thanks
栄
to
誉騎士
Redlands
と
efforts
闇夜の
for
英雄
honoring
が
night
力を
and
合
dark,
わせて
dark
主役の
heroes
汚れ
keep
から湧
monsters
き出
at
る
bay.
魔物を排除
Wait,
し続
what?
け
Hold on. The event where Albedo was accused of murder. Um, what the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Yelan was. Hold on. Yelan wasn't there. Are they? Hold on, are they seriously retconning that detail of the that limited event already? Okay, then where was Ye? Hold on. That means Yelan was there's hidden dialogue for Yelan during that limited event. Are you serious?
地脈に蓄えられた情報をすべて消費することで最終的には正常な状態に戻ったとか
Ooh, started to
つま
think
り
Dayline after
消耗戦
from
で
basically
勝利
went
を
to
収
war
め
in
たと
fresh.
いうわけね
Ooh. Yeah, basically.
じゃじゃ
Yeah.
あの時と同じことが起きてたのか。じゃじゃ通りで今回も赤いわけだぜ。
Tell me more about the honorary knight. Sounds like a cool person. Let me maybe Paimon to do the work with. I don't remember that. Maybe I should really do work on Paimon.
なるほどあくまで軽快にあしらうことで暗に今の自分ならもっとできることを何言ってるんだ。それで悪い知らせの方はええ見ての通り今回の地脈の乱れは今までとは違う
Yeah.
外に出た魔物を片付けるだけでは不十分よすべての魔物を排除しながら一気に秘境の最初それに乱れ地点につながる秘境には何か特殊なルールがあるみたいなの
Something work against us before we
私と
reach the
兵士た
core.
ちを警
Ooh.
戒最初は秘境の
Things went
中に
smoothly
あ
at
るも
first,
のを
but
採取
according
した
to
りも
the
できたんだけ
design
ど
item without too much
奥へと
trouble.
進むうち
But
に
once we push
兵士た
deeper,
ちは
the
衰
team
弱して
would overcome
い
its
つもの
sudden sense of
力を
weakness.
発揮できなくなっ
They
た
could no longer fight at full strength.
進むにつれて
Meanwhile, the monsters
魔
got
物もどん
stronger,
どん
some of
凶
them
暴
even
にな
showed
るし
traits never
性
observed
質も多
before.
種多様に
It
なっ
got
て
pretty dicey at
かな
point.
り地脈による制
At
限を
first,
受け
we
ず
need
に
to
済む
find
もの
some
だけ
highly
ど
resistant to
妨
the
害を
ley
無
lines
効
and
化して
different
そこに
individuals
存
who
在する
can
特殊なルールを
look
調
into
べられるみ
domains
たい
rules undisturbed.
そういう人材が兵を
Let's
率い
go
れば
inside, figure out
危
and
険な環
investigate
境を乗り越え
environment, then strike at the heart of the domain. Follow this ley line disturbance once and for all. I'm the only viable
つま
candidate.
り地脈の乱れが活動を休止するまで
Oh.
外で旅人が兵を率いてその中に突入し
Ooh, send
そ
travel
の
inside,
源を
yes.
制圧する2つのプランを考え行幸に連絡して防衛費を増やしてもらうわ海洋にもすぐに後続の交代部隊を手配するように伝えましょうあれこの流れでそのまま旅人に依頼しないのか
Things need to get out of there.
リーウへの安寧を守るの
Sorry,
は
but peace
戦
and
艦
leave
軍
it
と
few
七
days
星の
belongs
使
to the
命
middle of the end.
人員をなるべく危険か
My
ら
role
遠
as
ざける
commander
の
is the
が
officers
指揮者
taking
の
up
責務よ
taking on unnecessary risk.
私個人の気持
Otherwise,
ち
I
からして
don't
も
be taken on by yourself
君
for
に
this reason.
全ての危険を背負わせたくない
Pitching trial character.
だから気が乗らないなら戦艦軍を同時に石膏を派遣して秘境もちろん君が手伝ってくれると地脈の乱れを効果的に抑制できたらそれ相応の報酬も支払いましょう
I'll help for both reasons, professional and personal.
そうだな
On
リ
whichever
ーウェ
fits.
の仲間としても
Yep.
報酬について
As
は
before,
最初
I'm
から
just
心
trying to
配して
continue
ない
getting
ぜ
along. We'll definitely make it
国
worth
政
our
もい
time.
い目ね
I do it.
ありがとう
I
じゃあ
see. That's how
協力をイエラン旅人を秘境の奥へ
待ってまずは分析しないと乱れ地点は周期的に旅人もその間に準備してちょうだい最善の地
Yeah. Let's enter.
チャンスよ今大事なのは
周りの環境や味方の状況に事態が思わしくない無事の帰還を祈ってるわ
Turn. And triumvirate you shall have. Let's do this. Oh? Yeah, correct. The other comment. You also see rewarded. I see 3 separate battles, 3 limited battles. Challenge will consider completely different. You can invite teams. Oh, we could also do this in co-op. Wait a minute. Huh? Excuse me? What are we doing here? Wait, what? Challenges. Ooh. Okay, so I know my okay, so good. Let's burst damage. And you recharge. What the fuck? It, oh, what? Chat, I do not know. I do not know what to expect from this. But it's already looking epic. Alright, let's see here. Hey, what's up? How are you? You may notice I have some new stream overlays and some new buttons on for the stream. I also have I activated tipping for the streams. Unfortunately, it kind of just forces me to use PayPal, even though I really don't like using PayPal. Right now, we're doing like a limited time event thing, and what you missed on the stream was that Yalon discussed about being at the previous limited event, where we fought fought the abyss from invading Mondstadt. And she mentioned the Honoring Knight and Dark Knight here directly. So which brings me to the conclusion that there was hidden, either they retconned the previous limited event already, or Yelan had hidden dialogue within the limited event which we didn't know of. That's only two things I can think of. Oh no, I did this horribly. Really, it's horribly hard. The lead difficulties at least. Yep. I don't know what to do since my teams are good already. I guess I'll hunt for more of the part try to upgrade my Zhangling and probably I don't know, maybe replace 2 of the pieces for Traveler. I really don't know. Has advantage, has addition. Okay. I'm gonna match. Are they in? Are they in the? Hello? I'm gonna use my Zhangling.
まだ終わってない鍛造依頼、あと何件あったっけ？一つ、二つ。そんな多くないみたいだし、明日から。
Okay, one of them is using Nahida, and that's fine. I feel like doing hard difficulty we're gonna need. Has an advantage. Alright, so let's do this. Okay, one is adjusting. Are they switching or... Okay, this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be interesting because I don't know what to expect from this. I know this bosses I'm gonna be fighting, but like, what effects are gonna be there? Alright, that was... Oh, alright, alright. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. We're gonna do this as many times as we can. Oh. Alright. This is actually interesting, and I actually enjoyed this. I really hope they turn this into like a permanent event. Because I would generally spend hours on this. until 3. Yep. Let's do this one. Confirm. Alright, has an advantage, has a disadvantage. Alright. Sounds like okay. Do we not have the... Damn it, the Bennett left. I'd go till next time. All right. Cryo. I can have to do. Okay, where's my cryo characters? Where is my... I know I don't have that many, but... I can have to, where is... Alright, there we go. Alright. Oh, okay, okay. I'm just gonna keep doing this. This is too addicting. Nah. Where could we be all 3? Okay, so what's the higher? Okay, F2. So outside that, we got the primos. Now we need. We're gonna get the extra rewards. What do I get? I found a dicey. Major historical events being reenacted here. Feel like soldiers are. Made a card. Oh, Archon will work. Am I exaggerating? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
君たちが乱れ地点を通って秘境に入ってから外に溢れ出る魔物が大幅に減ったわ。
Let me move myself over. And although you didn't eliminate the root of the problem, it did plainly that you've weakened the alien disturbance considerably. Means you've weakened the monsters fall. Now, any rank and file soldier can comfortably fend them off. Or they could enter the domain and get a taste of real danger. I'm really excited about this. Don't go getting bloodthirsty. Lumine's face. Hold on. Lumine's face. Lumine's face. There's gotta... I gotta take a screenshot of this. This is fucking gold. This is fucking gold. That's gonna be a thumbnail and a half. In fact, I forget. I wanna save this real quick. There we go. Alright. That's fucking gold. Yeah. Okay, so thanks to your tireless efforts, we may even be able to turn the ley line disturbance into our advantage. Move forward, you'll have full support of this garrison. While the disturbance remains active, Melith will take care of any monsters that escape from the domain, using the opportunity to hone their combat skills. You, of course, are free to enter the domain if you wish. Return to the other situation. We started a potential crisis now, as a little group. Great news. I'll keep on giving my all. That's a big weight off our shoulders. Oh yeah, the ley lines fascinating things, aren't they? If only there was a way to ground the secrets out. Everything will always you wanted to know about the ley lines. Ooh, that'll be a nice book. That'll be a nice book and a half. Now we gotta do the single player part of it. Now let's do... Oh, okay. So there's gonna be pyro, so what I gotta do is... I guess... Yeah. Yeah. This portion of it, probably... Electro... Yeah, correct. Disadvantage. I guess it's an odd combination, but it works. Pyro has an advantage. So we're gonna do this with... Jean... I don't have any built pyro characters. You know what? Let me quickly go to Natlan and activate Pyro Traveler. Real quick. Because Pyro Traveler could be fucking cracked. Party setup. Resonate with Pyro. Okay, now we are ready. Leeway. Now we are ready. Pyro Traveler. Jangling. See here. Kazuha. And... we're gonna need a healer, so... So this is gonna be the difficult part. I don't have any fully built cryo characters. And do is... but all it's gonna need first shield. And for healing. Alright, Okay. See here. Use Yelan and for like the Hydra Resonance. And could do damage, and Coco could do more healing. And what else can I do? Oh, okay. I completely forgot. I have Aloy. There we go. Okay. Alright. Onslaught, repel. Wait, what? Menacing? Because I already did it on hard. Oh shit. Okay. I think we got this. I hope we got this. Okay, let's do this first. We got this. We totally got this. Okay, this is... Okay, we're doing it on normal. Oh, where is... Okay, we're doing this on normal. Where the... You got this. I gotta change this back to normal because holy fuck, what the fuck? I know I did it on hard, but I didn't co-op. God damn it, game. Wait, I gotta make sure I actually, hold on real quick. Let me make sure I send a notification. Sorry for that. I just remembered that I didn't send the notification yet. There we go. Alright. There we go. Alright, see here. Challenge rewards. How do I set this back to... Fearless? Oh, what the fuck? Menacing's already difficult as it. It's already for like whales. Fearless, this is for giga whales. I'm putting this back to normal. Do we do hard? This one out. Wait, what is it called? What is it called? Dire. You mean dying-er. It's more like dying-er. Oh my goodness, what the... Dire give you... Weapons? Wait, what? Dire. What do you mean weapon skins? Hold on, what? What do you mean by that? Oh, I'll look at it later. Oh my... Hold on, I'm... Alright, model... Alright. Okay. Or do I just want to do... I have an idea. Okay. Elon 2. Then like my normal team for this one. Let's do this one first. Also down. Da, 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 da. I got a fixed Nightbot. I don't know what's going on with it. Oh, okay. Ooh. Okay. Turn. Okay, now you do this one. Oh, I don't mean. I seat, but be rough. I don't mean to back seat, but it'll be rough going without power. That's all. Yep. Bonus. Ooh. Alright. Advantage. We're just using our normal team for this. And see how it goes. I mean, that was much easier than I thought. Alright. Field station challenge records. What the fuck? In that little time? Oh wow. Okay, what is my F5. Yeah, for every action proceed, die prestige gain, no limit. What is this? What does this do? Rerolls are effect. Wait a minute. So I'm playing for a slightly better but still insignificant chance of getting a better artifact, which will still end up like shit. Okay, so outside of that, I've got the primos here. Hold on, does this mean there's new... Oh no, there's still... 6,000. I'm still saving my primos for whatever later. I'm gonna go back to Geo over here. Well, and more. Where's name Geo? One, two, three. No, it's only Animo and Geo that get that special finishing effect. Electro has a little bit of it, but not much. And then they just stop doing that. That's where the model seems different. Really? The model seems different? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so after Geo story. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is character story for the character story 4 is Naya, character story 5 is Conria, and then the final chapter is Luma Fate. That's why I'm thinking voiceover is his new voice. I wonder any new. Oh, yeah. Voiceover. Alright. Alright, there you go. Affiliation. Alright. So outside that, is there anything else going on? Oh, character invite. We gotta set those constellation. Six times. Yeah, I am not doing this. I am not doing this. This is really hell. Fuck. Alright, so... Sorry, 15:30. Alright. We are back. Let me pull up the thing here. Alright, let's see here. Fuck, where is it? There we go. I'll probably also want to just in case. I'm gonna add a window capture. Adding. Okay. Okay, yep, we have this. We're also gonna be reacting to some PewDiePie. I know there's a bit much on screen, but it is what it is. Alright. Here. Alright. Alright. Oh. Alright. Here you go.
Maybe you're wondering, why is he wearing that cool hat? It's because the tech
PewDiePie
are listening. Now I can finally say, Google schmoogle. What are you gonna do, Google? You're completely powerless now. What's that?
Lol.
Google owns YouTube? I would Google that, but I literally can't. What are they gonna do? Censor this video? Demonetize it? Bury it under the algorithm so no one can find it? You're completely powerless, Google. You got nothing on me. So the past couple of weeks, I've completely de-Googled.
Yep.
I don't use any of Google's so-called free services, except YouTube. I literally can't escape. It's surprisingly hot to wear a tinfoil hat. I don't know if you guys knew this. Well, you never worn a tinfoil hat before? Now, this all started because of privacy concerns. Being tracked with it, literally everything I do just feels kind of odd. Mainly because I wanted to also regain control over my software. And not to be at mercy of what the tech overlords decide to do just one day. But
Best
most
posture,
importantly,
best
I don't want to
poses.
pay $20 a year for 100 gigabyte storage. Not happening. I realized since swapping to Linux, my life has just been going upwards. I'm practically ascending next step. But I realized there's always an open source alternative, and a lot of times they're better. They just don't have $1 billion budget to market themselves. So I went down the de-Google rabbit hole, and I'm gonna share what I learned, because by the end of this, once you know what I know, bro, you're gonna want one of these cool hats as well. So let's go through the de-Googleization. I want to be honest and share what I think you should absolutely change and maybe what was more hassle than worth. Number one, your search engine. Change your search engine right now. You can do it now while I keep yapping. Just go to your browser settings, find the search default browser, and change it to DuckDuckGo. It's a search engine that doesn't track what you do. It just works. Maybe you prefer everything you do online to be tracked and logged. I don't know. Maybe you're in that ballpark. I think just most people are either oblivious or lazy. So I'm telling you now, don't be lazy. Number two, your browser. When I told you to change your default search engine, you did not just do that inside of Google Chrome, did you? Say it ain't so. There are way better browsers out there. I use Firefox. It's kind of B tier, but you can lock it down into S tier. A lot of people swear by Brave browser. I never tried it. My point is this is super easy to change. And have you ever thought why browsers are free to begin with? Why is Microsoft so... Why do they want you to use their browser so goddamn badly, you know? Why do they all make it free for you? Could it be because they track everything you do online and sell or trade your data? What? What do you mean? They don't make this out of the goodness in their heart? You telling me Google isn't just a $1 trillion charity? What? I found online that in 2023, Google paid Apple to be their default search browser in Safari. Guess how much? 20 billion. Jesus Christ. They definitely want you to use Google. So just don't. It will take you 2 minutes.
Come on. So basically, even the most niche of niche socials, I kind of like, know what, might as well make an account on this just in case before someone decides to make an account, steal my name, use my profile pic, and then just impersonate me. I try to be forward thinking, or I try to put foresight into social media and branding. So even if something's not popular, I just make an account on it just in case. So yeah, that is my thought process. Pardon me. Oh.
Go do it. Number 3, the third thing I changed. Like many of you, I've been using Google Mail for years and years and years. And apparently up until 2017, that's when they stopped scanning your emails to serve you ads. So now Gmail is a little less creepy, you know? But if you think about it, it is probably the most invasive service that they run. Like, and there are free alternatives out there like Proton. I haven't tried it out. I decided to send this bitch and get my own email. I paid a small fee. It was fiddly as hell. But at least people won't think I'm poor and have like Google Schmoogle in my ad domain. Number 5, your phone. I have a Google phone. God damn it. Everything is Google. It's crazy. I didn't realize just how deep I've been swept into this ecosystem without realizing it. My goddamn TV is Google. I thought it was a Sony TV. You know, open up, it's like Google TV. How did that happen? I don't know about you. I feel like I'm supposed to be enamored by the phone, how amazing it is with this incredible hardware.
Okay, draw legs, 45-degree angle.
All right. Then why do I feel like I'm the product? Huh? I hate my phone.
I think I missed something.
Just feel like they're there to suck me in, not to tell me anything useful. All these apps and features. I feel like my attention span is just getting mushed the more I use my phone. I hate it. It's just one big giant distraction device. So I have a Pixel 9, and it is a good phone. And I already own it. So instead of switching it out to like a dumb phone or something like that I know a lot of people do, I wanted to install a custom OS on it. There was a lot of them to choose from, but I opted for Graphene. Mainly because it felt like the biggest point the finger to Google, you know? It's an operating system focused on privacy and security. Apparently so much so that even Edward Cullen uses it. Did I get that right? I would Google it, but I can't. But here's the thing, okay? For some reason, I feel like I'm the crazy one. Huh? What? Why do you want to Google so bad, huh? What do you got to hide, huh? This guy got graphene on his phone. What's up with that?
Graphene OS. I want to do that.
Okay. But after using graphene, I realized, no, this is how it should be. I'm not the crazy one. There's a few features on graphene that I really like, and these are just to name a few. Especially with security, I really like how they amped it up, but the fact that I close an app on graphene and it closes the app. Crazy. A lot of times on your phone, if you think you've closed an app, but in reality, running in the background and still tracking whatever it is they want to, graphene, nuke that shit. It's gone. Such a crazy concept, right? I'm the crazy one. Number 2, I control exactly what the app has access to. You can use file or storage scopes, I think it's called. And if I want to give an app access to a certain type of files, I pick which folder. Not the entire device, as it should be. Not some vague little pop-up going like, hey, do you want to give them access to this? No, complete control. Number 3, whenever you install an app on Graphene, it asks you before installing it, hey, do you want to give this app access to your internet? Because a lot of times the answer is, heck no. Not happening. I realized I was trying desperately to find a keyboard that has Japanese, Swedish, and English. I really like the Swift kind of typing, you know? I just couldn't find an open source alternative, and I was like, what do I do? And then I realized the alternative is Microsoft or Google, okay? And I realized the keyboard that they offer is connected to the internet. Why? Why? Imagine you bought a physical keyboard and it was secretly connected to the internet, sending big tech everything you type. We're not doing anything weird, just trust us, bro. It's
sure,
so
just trust
on Graphene,
me.
I still have the option, and if I want to take a Google app, I can starve it, put it in one of those. I still don't like that I use a Google app, but no, actually it's good. Google is at my mercy for once. Feels good. Another feature that I think is kind of obvious and most people would appreciate, but there was a fourth hidden feature on Graphene that I love. That it is not a feature, but for me it ended up being one. Like I talked about in the beginning, it feels a lot of times when I use a phone, it's such a distraction. There are some apps that you probably have to use. Maybe it's for work or because of friends and you want to connect. Whatever, you're gonna have to use certain apps that you don't really want to use. So I decided to put all those apps, and you can do this as well actually, on a different profile. The good thing about Graphene is that on a different profile, all these apps are contained in that profile. They can't connect to anything else on my phone or run in the background or anything like that. That's what's great about Graphene, and that's why, to me, it felt like a good solution with all the apps that I don't want to use. But what this ended up doing was that, okay, now I need to use this app that I don't like to use. It feels intentional going there. I don't even see these apps when I use my phone on a regular basis. And it made it so that my phone starts feeling like it's serving me again, like an actual useful tool that it supposedly is, right? So yeah, huge fan. I'm so glad I swapped out. It's probably the best thing I did so far. But it gets better, okay? I had to ride this couple weeks, I tell you what. Number, is it 6 or 5? I don't, fuck, I lost count. Anyway, password managers. What do you mean password 123 isn't gonna cut it? I hate password managers. Why? Because they cost 67 pounds. To host a 5 kilobyte size document? I don't think so. There's all videos of me just doxing myself for being cheap. It's not happening. I'm not paying that. I almost had a heart attack when I found out. I'm paying what? But you need a password manager. That's just the reality of today. Yeah. I thought I was so smart. I was like, okay, fine. I don't need to do this. I'm running Linux. I downloaded a backup. I made it into an HTML, and then I encrypted it. And then I had an alias, so I unencrypt it when I need to use it, and then quickly encrypt it. Is it unencrypt or decrypt?
Decrypt.
It doesn't matter. Bada bing, bada boom, I saved myself 67 pounds. If I live for, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 years, that's like, I saved myself a lot of money. Multimillionaire is a cheap ass. .mp4, that's what I should call this.
Multimillionaire cheap ass MP4.
On other devices. I need it on my phone and my laptop, and what if I go abroad? And that's when I discovered glorious SH! Self-hosting. I can just host this on another device. I feel like ever since I did my Linux video, so many comments have been like, just wait until it discovers self-hosting. It's gonna be game over. And yet you were right, okay? I started off on a Raspberry Pi 5. This thing is relatively cheap. It's got Ethernet, it runs on low power, and it's powerful for its size. Can do more than enough for what I wanted to do. I found an open source alternative, which is Vault Warden. You can host your own password manager, basically. The problem was, I have no clue what the heck I'm doing. What is a reverse proxy? What do you mean I can't just put my IP address in my browser and be done with it? Vault Warden is so secure that it wouldn't let me connect to it unless I set it up properly. Every time I thought I did it, I kept seeing the spinny circle, and I saw that circle for 2 goddamn days. But once it finally worked, magic. I have done it. I had saved myself 67 pounds. Tears running down my eyes. It was beautiful. My first successful self-host. My God. No more subscriptions. No more syncing drama. Just my own secure vault. It felt like I was finally breaking out of the matrix for real. And the thing is, once you start understanding how this works, it's really not that bad. If anything, it became super fun.
Really not that bad,
with compatibility layers like Docker, you can so easily just pick and choose what open source software you want to download.
Okay.
Keep trying out different ones. The world is your oyster. Just pluck them from the trees. And everything just works.
Yep.
So I needed a note-taking app. I found one called Yoplin. That's how you say that, Yoplin. It had a desktop app and a phone app, which is exactly what I wanted. But when I installed Yoplin, this is where things got weird. Do not judge me here, okay? This is... You can probably relate to this, actually. Have you ever been so lazy that you try and find another alternative, but then that leads you on a road that was 10 times more complicated than just not being lazy? The image that I was trying to install on my Pi was not compatible. It was 86 by 64. This is ARM-based structure. It doesn't matter. Not compatible. I can just find another one. But I thought, hey, why don't I just quickly install this on something that does run 86 by 64? And I look around and I'm like, oh. Well. My Steam Deck runs 86 by 64. So you may be asking, Felix,
64-bit?
did you use your portable handheld gaming console to host your note-taking app? Yes, but it gets worse actually. Steam runs Linux. Beautiful. It actually runs Arch, which is the distro I use on my desktop. Match made in heaven. But I thought to myself, well, it's filled with all this like Steam bloat. I should probably uninstall Arch so I can then install Arch. I don't know what's wrong with me. Don't ask. And I did this, of course, just so I wouldn't have to find another image of my note-taking app. But anyway, it works. At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Now, I got my notes app running beautifully. Number 7 or 8. It was time to say goodbye, Google Drive. Goodbye, Jotaro. $20 for 100 gig?
Oh my god,
I don't
that's
think
creepy.
so. I'm not gonna pay you to hold my data hostage forever. Not happening. What if I live for another 600 years? Think about how much money that's gonna be to Google. No more subscriptions. Redundant subscriptions. Instead of Google Drive, I set up File Browser. The thing that bothers me about all these free online storages that gives you a certain amount at least is that, first of all, it's not safe. Second of all, I don't know what they're doing with that. Thirdly, I hate how it's used. I don't know if you can relate to this. Maybe it's just like a me problem, but let's say I've gone outside, I've touched grass, I've taken all these photos and videos, and then I sit down in front of my computer, and then all of a sudden internet goes down, and I'm like, what happened? And then it's like, oh yeah, my Google Drive decided to back up every single photo and video I've ever taken. And it's like, I don't want that. I want certain images. Let me pick those first. And I don't want you to suck up my entire bandwidth. With File Browser, I can throttle the speed and I can do it when I want to, which files I want to. I went a little nerdy and overboard, a surprise. And I wrote a bunch of aliases and shell functions so that I can define push or pull to download or upload, which device, my phone, laptop, desktop, deck, and which subfolder. And I do all this with glorious SSH. It actually solved another problem for me, which is always sharing files between my phone and my desktop. I never know how to do it. Apparently, I didn't know this. I feel like everyone is tuning out because I'm talking about SSH again. But you can run it on your phone. Look, I'm connected.
I tried.
And then I thought, fuck, and now I gotta do an opposite script on my phone. But then I realized I can just connect
like
to
I'm
my
missing
desktop to run the
something
script. It doesn't matter, okay? It's cool. Just trust me, it's cool. Number 9. AI. We have to talk about AI. I don't know about you, but I don't like using AI. It feels like I'm kneeling directly to the tech overlords. And not to mention the goddamn subscription fees. I feel like I'm spoon feeding the machine that has stolen all my data, more of my data. Here you go. Nice and fat. Here you go. Not happening. But I got curious and, you know, I built my own computer not long ago and I spent a lot of money on it. Why don't I just see if I can run it myself? It's a beast. So I set up a local language model called Mixtral. Emphasis on local, which means it runs on my computer completely offline. It's beautiful. Now I can search whatever I want. And I can ask it dumb questions like, why is my left toe bigger than my right toe? And no one knows about it. Not Google, not AI overlords, not even you. Step 10. How many steps are there? And we have so much left. PDFs, Google Docs, calendar, contacts. I was honestly getting a little tired at this point to try and find an alternative to all of these, but that's when I discovered Nextcloud. It's an open source self-host beast, and it does all of this for you. Maybe there are better singular alternatives, but the fact that I can get all of this baked in one was exactly what I needed, and just one quick install and it was done. I was completely out of Google and it felt amazing. Finally, I'm free. From here on is when I needed to tighten things up a little bit. I actually bought a domain. I know, I paid a subscription fee. But it's worth it. If you're self-hosting, it's actually worth it because you can get a domain for $5 a year. It means I can get better security features, and I can put all these services in subdomains. So like docs.mysubdomain.com and password.mysubdomain.com, like all these different things I made, I can access easily. I don't have to type my IP address for each one. And I started to tighten down the security as well, especially because I was looking online. I'm like, I'm getting a lot of bots that are pinging me. I don't like this. Everything is locked in with the password already, but I added another layer of zero trust, so you can't access anything unless you have another login. I locked in my IP address with Tailscale. Beautiful Tailscale. I could make a whole video. I had a fail to ban. It was definitely worth spending some time locking things down. And I think I found a good balance of it being secure, but also not like a huge hassle every time you want to access either. Now, swapping out all these Google services, there's one that I just can't escape, and I don't mean YouTube. There's one that sucked the most to get rid of, and that was actually Google Maps. Because Google tracks you so well, it is so good at predicting traffic. And since I drive a lot in Tokyo, I really rely on that to get to places on time. You can't be late in Japan. It's like a death sentence. The first time I used my open source alternative, I ended up 30 minutes late. And that's when I realized, hey, maybe Big Brother tracking everything isn't so bad. Maybe surveillance has its perks. But I stuck to my de-googling, and the best alternative I found was just using my car's GPS. It has all this Japanese services built in anyway. I ended up using my Pi to replace my Google TV, and I'm running Kodi on that. I haven't really fully set it up yet, so not much to say about it. And you may remember I'm doing all of this on my Steam Deck. I added an extension so I can plug it into Ethernet. That way it runs on less power. It runs completely headless, and I can monitor all of it on my safe network system that I have. But then I thought it'd be kind of cool to use the display so I can use that for monitoring. I ran Tmux and BTOP on it, and it looks so cool. You know, this all started because I wanted to de-Google and try what that was like. And by the end of it, my Steam Deck looks like it's a detonator for a bomb or something like that. And before you ask, yes, I can still game on it, all right? It runs 2% of my CPU. It's like this weird home lab abomination at this point, but I love it. I love looking at it. I got it sitting next on my desk. It's just a vibe, man. Every time I see it, I'm happy. Another fact that I like using my Steam Deck is the fact that I can just use whatever I have around me. People have these like super sick home lab setups, which are awesome. I get it, but my point with this is that if you wanted to de-Google, you can use whatever you have at your disposal. It shouldn't cost you any extra money. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that Steam Deck is the ultimate self-host device. You're probably better off using a Pi, but maybe you have some device laying around at home that you can run Linux on. Bring it back to life, you know? Instead of throwing it away, and I hate to be that guy, but it's better for the environment. Yes, it's a lot of tinkering, but you learn a lot, and by the end of it, it's done. Like, I don't have to touch it. Google's mantra is don't be evil, but I still think they have a lot to do to qualify for that title. I feel like on your phone you have all these settings with privacy and give permissions and all these things that they ask you. But it kind of feels like one of those toys that Björn has, that it's just like a bunch of buttons that doesn't actually do anything. Unless you go all the way with privacy, it doesn't mean anything. Don't call it privacy. And for me, it's not even necessarily about Google. I think it's more about big tech in general. I hate where software is going. Unnecessary subscriptions, ads, locking, updates changing the entire UI because you're more prone somehow to get more locked in. With YouTube, you know, it's been constantly changing for years and years and years just because they figured this is the best way to suck you in. If I host my own apps, there's none of that. So now I got my own home lab abomination, and I love it. I'm finally free from the tech overlords. It was 100% worth it. And look, bro, I made you one too. You've earned it. Here you go, bro.
Yeah. Really, that's that. And I could swiftly look more. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's... Oh.
So today in our continuing
Alright. Up you. There we go. Alright.
So today, in our continuing quest to annoy every Linux user on the planet, we're going to be installing Windows on something that makes no sense to install Windows on. That, of course, is the Raspberry Pi. Now, I've done a handful of videos featuring this thing, and all of them make much more sense than what we're about to do today. Because putting Windows on this thing actually makes it worse than it would be if you just left it with Linux. Which I know sounds like something that a Linux user would say about putting Windows on anything, but there are no drivers available for this thing right now. So I'm going into this with the expectation that nothing is going to work. So yeah, pretty much business as usual. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. So if you saw my recent episode on struggling to install Windows on a $750 Linux tablet, you'll know that I kinda teased this episode because we had to make use of the Windows on Raspberry Imager that you can use to get a drive set up with a portable Windows 11 ARM installation. However, we're not going to be using that today because I found an even easier method, and that's the Windows on Raspberry Flasher. So this right here is a Linux-based tool, and the really cool thing about it is you can actually do this whole process right from the Raspberry Pi itself by downloading this through the Pi Apps App Store. So we're going to be doing that in a moment here, but I do want to quickly touch on a couple of things to kind of set your expectations here, because we are using a Raspberry Pi 5 with 16 gigabytes of RAM. I bought this thinking that it would allow us to run Windows, in the best possible environment on a Raspberry Pi, but it specifically says that there are no drivers available for it. It doesn't say that about the Pi 4, which I also have, so we may end up reverting back to that if we run into a bunch of problems with the Pi 5. We can get online by utilizing a USB to Ethernet adapter. I've got a handful of those, so that shouldn't be a problem. I have to say though, despite this whole process sounding very experimental and something that most people just aren't really going to want to do, it does seem extremely straightforward. I mean, they've definitely put a lot of work into this to make it extremely user-friendly. They've got this nice wizard you can go through. It's able to download the Windows installer image directly from it, and then you just choose the device you want to write it to, it installs it, and goes through a script, and you're ready to boot from it just like that. Now, as for the parts we're going to need to get this whole thing up and running, first off, of course, is a drive to install Windows on. I'm going to be using this 500 gig SATA SSD, which admittedly is pretty overkill for what we're going to be using it for, but I did want to use an SSD instead of a micro SD card for a couple of reasons. Number one, these are just faster than SD cards, and number two, I am going to be booted off of a micro SD card to go through this whole process, so, you know, it's going to be in use. Now, you could certainly use a micro SD to USB adapter if you really wanted to put Windows on a micro SD card, but I think this whole project is already insane enough as it is, so we're not going to be doing that.
Building blocks.
Next thing, speaking of adapters, we're going to need a SATA to USB 3 cable to hook this up to the Raspberry Pi, which I've read they have no problem booting off of USB devices, so that should not be a problem.
So that's why
and then last but not least, the Raspberry Pi itself, which I have in this lovely 3D printed case, because I've got a 3D printer now. Alright, so we've got my Pi 5 running the latest release of Raspberry Pi OS, and we're going to go ahead and download the War Flasher to it, which we have to do through the Pi Apps App Store, which I've actually never used before, so this will be neat to see. All we have to do is copy this terminal command, and we will paste that into here. And just like that, we've got an icon on our desktop, so we'll open that up, and it appears to be an executable script. I suppose we'll just execute it, and we get to this menu. So I imagine maybe under Tools, Windows Flasher, there it is. So we're going to open that up, and it tells you what it is here, how to use it. So we're just going to click on install, opens up a terminal window and runs that installer. And then it just finished up, closed out of the terminal window, and says that it installed. So yeah, this is really neat. I very well may end up doing some more projects on the Raspberry Pi utilizing this little app store, because you can see we got a whole bunch of stuff in here. So that's neat. I imagine if we go now into accessories, yeah, there it is at the bottom, War Flasher. So we'll open that up. Hold up, we Hi there, BotSpot here, developer of War Flasher. The Windows on Raspberry project seems to be dying. Wi-Fi still does not work. The Pi 500, CM5, and Pi 5 16 gig won't boot it. Really? Because that's what I have right here. This is a Pi 5 16 gig. So does that mean we're not? It says and many of the devs have left. So okay, maybe we can't even do this. But it looks like this person started a new project to solve these issues called BVM, and it runs Windows in a virtual machine on Pi OS. Wi-Fi works, audio playback works, everything that works on WOR works, and you can pass through USB devices for Windows to directly use. And you can use Raspberry Pi OS on the outside at the same time. So, okay, that, I guess, sounds like a better solution. So apparently the Pi 5 doesn't even boot, or the Pi 5 16 gig anyways, doesn't even boot this. So we're just gonna try it anyway. I mean, we've gone this far, and like I said, I do have a Pi 4. It mentions down here that if you want to do it with a Pi 4, you have to choose an older Windows 11 version. Did I miss something on the GitHub page? I feel like I would have seen that. I mean, I saw it just said Raspberry Pi 5 support is here and it runs fast. Like, I got the Pi 5 16 gig thinking that, oh, it'll have more RAM, so Windows should run better on it. But let me just see here. Can we do a search on this page? 16, it can install Windows on other drives greater than 16 gigs, so that's nothing about RAM. 16 space GB, that's just the same thing just down here. Create a recovery drive to install Windows on other larger than 16 gig drives. So I guess that's not mentioned on the GitHub page. You only see that when you download it. What the heck? We're just gonna try this anyway.
Yeah, that's GitHub for you.
This is gonna be a waste of time. But like I said, we've got the Pi 4, and I also want to try out that other project that was mentioned where we can run it in a virtual machine, because that sounds like a better solution. So we're going to plug in my 500 gig SSD here to one of the USB 3 ports on the Pi, and then we're going to install Windows 11 on a Pi 5, ENUS, and it's found our SSD, so we'll click next. About 4.2 gig of files needs to be downloaded to the system storage before flashing can begin, but your system has 15.8 gigabytes of RAM. Everything can be downloaded to RAM if you prefer. Choose this if you don't have enough space. Well, I've got plenty of space on the SD card. I would rather it just do that, so we'll use my home folder. So we'll click on flash, and it says it's finished. So, well, at least with this first portion, because then it has to boot the rest of the installer once we boot off.
That's the hands we recently did.
We'll go ahead and restart, and we should be able to get to the boot menu by holding down the space bar, or maybe not. Well, apparently this is an update we have to install. So I just found this Tom's Hardware article here, and it just tells us to run sudo apt update and then full upgrade, and then we just run this command here.
Okay, so
bootloader up to date. Yeah, it's up to date. So, oh, we have to open a Raspi config. Okay, so there are a couple things we have to do. And then we go to advanced options, bootloader version, and choose latest. So advanced options. Oh, we can change the boot order from here. Yeah, we want boot from NVMe before trying USB and then SD card. So that sounds good.
How we're gonna do this?
NVMe/USB is the default boot device, so we shouldn't even need to access the boot menu now. So let's just go down and hit finish.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do.
Maybe it won't even boot off of this. I mean, it did say it failed to boot on the Pi 5 with 16 gigs of RAM in that message we got. So. Like I said, this is probably a complete waste of time. Okay, I don't know how well you can see this, but the display is on. It's got a green light, and it's kind of just flashing for a split second, like it's turning on, like it's trying to get a signal, and then it just goes off, and it's continually doing that. But you have to really, like, I don't know how well it shows up on video. So maybe this is what the author means by it doesn't boot on a Pi 5 with 16 gigs of RAM. And I wonder why it's specifically the one with 16 gigs of RAM. It's kind of strange. But, I mean, you can see we got a light on here on the SSD, like it has recognized it. And,
Turn
I
it
mean, we can
off.
try just to yank power from this and plug it back in. And no, that's just doing
That's
the
what we have to
exact same
do.
thing. Well, I am curious about this BVM project.
Okay, this is
So I
interesting.
think what we're going to do is, since we already have the Pi 5
What would you
hooked
defeat
up,
first?
we'll try that out. And then switch over to the Pi 4 I have and try to get a version of Windows running on it, without using a virtual machine. So this is a Windows 11 QEMU KVM on ARM Linux. What to expect? A full Windows 11 ARM virtual machine on ARM Linux, thanks to KVM, which is a kernel-based virtual machine. This utilizes virtualization instead of emulation, resulting in no significant speed difference compared to installing Windows directly. This kernel-based virtual machine, I wonder if this is similar to how Win4Lin worked. Win4Lin, if you remember, I made that video earlier this year. That was a very early Windows on Linux piece of software that would actually patch the Linux kernel to run Windows at native speeds. So to get started, you just have to clone the repo here or install BVM from Pi Apps. Okay, so we'll just do that since we already have this downloaded. I imagine that will be under Tools, just like or maybe not. Is it not in here? Because this is where the Windows Flasher is. Oh, it might be under Emulation. Yep, Botspot Virtual Machine. And so we will install that. I think I am still going to use this 500 gig SSD though, because the SD card in here is only like 64 gigs, and I want to give Windows a decent size hard drive image to work with. So we'll just hold off on plugging that in for now until we get this all installed. There we go, installed. Close out of that, close out of Pi Apps. We'll leave this GitHub page open for now because I imagine we'll have to refer back to it at some point. And it does not put it under accessories. That's interesting. So it might be under, what, programming, sound and video, internet, office. It's under office, okay. And so let's make a new virtual machine. Operation succeeded. Please close this terminal and proceed to the next step. Edit configuration file. So you have to edit everything in a text editor. So your Windows username and password, we'll just make that Michael, and we'll make the password MJD. Download language, English US. You can de-bloat it. Okay, that's nice. So change this to false if you don't want Microsoft bloatware ads or Windows Defender removed during first boot. We will keep that enabled. Choose the initial size of the disk image. You can go as low as 20 if you encounter insufficient free disk space error. This drive can be expanded later. We'll go with 40. You have RDP port. We shouldn't have to mess with that. Force RAM allocation. It's recommended to leave this commented for BVM to choose a sensible value. We'll just leave it as default. I imagine we can leave most of this at the default values, all these things that are commented out. You can disable BVM updates. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that you can mess with. So we'll just, I don't see anything in here about the location of the hard disk image. I imagine we're going to create that next. So we'll save this, close out of it, and then download components. So this is where it downloads the image, and then it just saves it into our home folder in a Win11 folder installed.
Then the head.
So yeah, it gets it directly from Microsoft, which is nice. And I'm assuming this is the latest version, 24H2 English ARM64. So this is going to take a little while. And actually, I want to see where, War Flasher files. So here is, install.wim. So there's what it downloaded. We are going to get rid of this because we do not need it. We'll move to trash, yes, and then we'll empty the trash. So this folder right here is where it's currently downloading the ISO, and then there's our config file and a couple other things that I assume. Well, what else are we going to do after this? Prepare for installation, install, and then run Windows 11. But in the meantime, we got a little bit of waiting to do. And all that prep is done, so now we got to install Windows 11, which will actually start up the VM. And there we go. So yeah, from here on out, it should just be a standard Windows 11 setup process. And oh, it looks like it's just automated, which that makes sense because we did have to enter in like the username and password and all that in that configuration document. So yeah, our PC will restart several times. This is probably going to take a while, so we're going to give it a
Okay.
Well, I got some great news. Windows 11 installed successfully, and it also ran through a post-install debloater script to just get rid of a whole bunch of stuff in the background. So I didn't actually record that portion because I did step away from this system for a while. But if we go in here, we shouldn't anyways have as many applications in here like you normally would. Also notable, we are on the network. If we go into Microsoft Edge here, we can download a couple applications and, you know, mess around with this thing a little bit. That being said, I do want to save some time so that we can try this out on my Raspberry Pi 4 and go with that first method to install Windows onto this SSD and try to actually boot off of it and see if that gives us results. Speaking of this SSD, I still have not figured out a way to copy over this Windows install to it. It seems to just utilize whatever, you know, default device, like the one that you're booted off of, which in this case is the SD card. I didn't see any option to change that. I assume we could go in and try to like move the folder over to the SSD and just run it from there, but we have enough space on this SD card to run this Windows install, so I'm not too concerned about it at this point. We've already come this far. So yeah, we'll skip through all of Microsoft Edge's nonsense, and let's just go and do a search for Windows 11 ARM apps, because I found this website. I think it was, yeah, this one right here. This is actually what I used in my Windows 11 on the FideTab Duo video to just grab a couple of things. There's a whole bunch of applications in here. So why don't we get what would be interesting? I mean, we did TuxCart in that last video. That was under games. Let me actually scroll down here and see what other games we got. Oh, we could get the Windows 95 Electron app. Oh my gosh, I remember doing a demo video on this when it first came out. It's cool to see that this is still going. When was this version released? 4.0? This February 21st. Wow, so this is still being updated. Yeah, why don't we grab this and create a virtual machineception thing going on. So we want to grab the ARM64 exe. And while we're waiting for that installer to load, I'm going to go ahead and open up Task Manager just so we can take a look at the current system performance. I haven't really messed around with this a whole lot off camera, but it's been pretty decent as I've been using it here. I mean, you guys have been able to see, like, we were able to launch Edge. I think it launched in a pretty decent amount of time. But let's go to performance here. And so the CPU is recognized as a VERT 10.0, and oh yeah, there's oh, you don't even have to install this, it just runs. Okay, that's nice. So yeah, can we move this? We don't have like a Windows title bar, but we can, okay, there we go. We can kind of just move it around like that. You just got to grab right up here at the top. So yeah, VERT 10.0, 2.4 gigahertz. It's utilizing 14 gigs of the 16 that we have available to the system. And I imagine you could change this RAM utilization if you wanted to, and, you know, allocate more RAM usage to the Raspberry Pi, to the host system, and, you know, decrease the RAM in here. Here's our SSD, Red Hat VirtIO SCSI disk drive. Really? Red Hat and SCSI. Those are two things I didn't think I would see in the same line of text on Windows 11, but there you go. And then Ethernet, we have a Red Hat VirtIO Ethernet adapter number 2. So number 1 is missing, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you can see here the disk usage is like cranked to the max, but memory is looking pretty good. CPU, we are, you know, I mean, obviously we've got this application running in the background, and it is actually taking a while to start up here. So why don't we just do kind of what I did in the, I almost said rock chip, which wouldn't be inaccurate, the FideTab Duo video, and just push this over to the side here, and so we can keep track of our CPU and memory usage and all that. And okay, I guess it was installing stuff in the background, because this is the user interface I remember, and sure enough, that Windows 95 boot screen image just went away. So now if we were to close out of this and launch Windows 95, it should just come up, yeah, with that. So that was just kind of like for the install process. So we can start Windows 95, there we go. We can shrink this window down if we want to, because I want to be able to see the, oh my gosh, yeah, we've lost the cursor. Well, it's inside of the 95 VM. How do we get it back? Oh my gosh, yeah, this mouse cursor is super wonky, and you can see that like marquee there in the web browser is lagging a little bit. More than a little bit, rather substantially actually. And yeah, how do, like, I want to get the mouse, okay, there we go, escape. It was what gets the mouse cursor back. I do want to shrink this down.
Escape.
Not that.
Indeed.
I want to grab this from the corner here.
Oh, it's here.
Shrink it down. And oh yeah, that CPU is maxed out. We are at 100% full usage. By the way, I don't know why I always default to trying to break everything and push everything to its limits. I mean, we could just use Windows 11 and, you know, do something like normal people would do and try to run like, I don't know, Microsoft Office or something. But no, we got to run a Windows 95 virtual machine and try to just, you know, push this poor thing to its limits. Another quick thing I want to do is open up Device Manager, and oh my gosh, look at all those unknown devices. So okay, similar stuff going on here that we saw in the Fight Tech Duo video. The interesting thing I saw when you went into, which I don't think I was actually on camera for this, but if we go into Show More Options, Display Settings, the way this is actually working is through a like RDP session, like Remote Desktop. Because it says here you cannot change display settings from a remote session. So that's how this whole thing is working, which is rather interesting. Another cool thing about BVM Connect is if we move this window out of the way, you have the option to mount the Windows Virtual Hard Disk as a drive within Raspberry Pi OS, so you can open it up and just write files to it directly. Now, it doesn't look like you can do that while Windows is running, because this option, like I'm clicking on it, it doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't actually register that I'm like pressing the button. But if we close out of this, and then wait for this window to close here. And see, there it is, RDP viewer exited. So yeah, this is your console output window, basically, so you can see what it's all doing here. So assuming you disconnected, press any key to reconnect or Control-C to exit. We'll press Control-C. And then now it's actually mounting the drive. So it did that right when I close out of it. So here is the Windows Virtual Hard Disk. We can go in here. I mean, heck, we can just frickin' delete the Windows folder if we want to and make the system unbootable. Yeah, why don't we do that? That sounds like a great idea. So
why don't we do that?
So the trash can, yes, we want to delete. We've got permissions to do it. Oh, no, maybe not. Error removing file, read-only file system. Okay, so you cannot write to it. That's interesting. So you can only read. Huh, okay. Well, you can access the Windows Virtual Drive in a read-only fashion. You can expand the disk if you want to make the drive larger, and you also have USB pass-through to allow the Windows VM to see USB devices that you have plugged in to the Pi. Pretty cool. And like this screen that we saw earlier in the War Flasher said, I think that this BVM tool is going to give us better results than just installing Windows directly onto this SSD, using the War Flasher and trying to boot it on a Raspberry Pi 4, but we're going to try it anyway because, I mean, what the heck do we have to lose? So, we're going to get our Pi 4 all wired up here. We'll also plug in the SSD and give it some power. Boom, there we go. So now it's just a quick hop over to Firefox to download the Pi Apps App Store. Or actually, we don't technically have to run Firefox, I just don't have the command memorized. And that is done, so we've got the Pi Apps icon right here on the desktop. We're just gonna go through this and download the installer, and that was again under Tools, and it's the Windows Flasher. So, we'll install that, and install Windows 11 on a Pi 4. Hit next and choose English US, our 500 gig drive, and I think we're good. So let's just have it do its thing, and hopefully we'll actually be able to boot into Windows 11 this time. But first, of course, we need to go through the first boot stuff and modify the boot devices, which means we need to get into Raspi config again. And what was it under? Advanced Options, Boot Order. And we change it to B2. NVMe/USB is the default boot device. Perfect. So we will finish and restart. Alright, good sign. So we got the boot screen here. And from what that image said before, I know that I kind of went past it really quickly, but I do have the guide pulled up on the computer behind me. And apparently, it just stays on this screen here for 30 minutes. So it looks like it's frozen right now. I mean, because it got to this bar, got to the end, I can press enter. I mean, it doesn't actually, you know, advance through it right now. But apparently this is normal, so it's just going to sit here for around a half hour. and we should then see that next screen, go through the rest of the setup process, because we're not done yet. There is some more stuff that it has to do, and then we should hopefully be running Windows 11. But this is good because we did not get this far on the Raspberry Pi 5, so things are looking promising. Okay, so major development. It turns out that I had actually installed the wrong version of Windows to this SSD. If you remember earlier on in the video when I was reading through that splash screen we saw on the War Flasher before actually going into the program, it mentioned how the latest version of Windows 11 doesn't work on the Raspberry Pi 4 and you have to select a different version. Now, I thought that when we selected Raspberry Pi 4 as the device from that drop-down menu, that it would just automatically choose that since it can install the latest Windows version to it. However, that's not the case. It just downloaded the latest version of Windows that it could get, which resulted in it hanging on that startup screen for much longer than 30 minutes. I actually did 2 attempts of this, and they both lasted about 45 minutes to an hour, and it just did not get past that screen. I went back to the installer, manually selected the version of Windows 11 that it told you to pick, and it got past that boot screen in less than 2 minutes. So we're here at the Windows on Raspberry pre-installation environment, where we have to choose our destination disk, which is going to be the solid state drive. So we'll say next. And then here you can choose the edition of Windows. We'll just go with Pro because, I mean, why the heck not? And now it will prepare the disk and go through the rest of the installation. Now, if you were going to go through with this, it is important to note what capacity that you're going to be installing Windows on, because that actually will affect if you can install it to the device that we put the installer on. I know that probably sounds confusing, but what we did earlier in Raspberry Pi OS was we wrote the installer image to this SSD. Now we've booted from it and we are installing Windows from that installer to the same drive, which it can only do if the hard drive is larger than 25 gigabytes. If it's less than that, you would have to put the installer on a separate drive, boot off of it, and then install it to a completely separate hard drive, unless that hard drive is less than 7 gigabytes in size, in which case it's not usable at all. I know, that's like a major mouthful there, but the point is, we are here booted into the installer, currently installing Windows to the same drive, so things are looking good. Let's hope they stay that way.
No,
And
looks
check
big.
this out, everybody. We made it to the
Open door.
OBE, and we are just waiting for the next screen to load. I clicked on the region and, hit next. So, yeah, we're going to have to, of course, go through and do the whole bypass online account nonsense, because Microsoft makes you do that. In fact, I guess I can just do that right now, because I've got this command memorized since I use it so much. So we're going to press Shift F10 to open up command prompt, which maybe we should have waited for this next screen to load before we did that, because I have already noticed, like, this animation when it came in was pretty laggy. It's taking way longer than I've had on any other system for this next screen to come up, where you pick, I think your keyboard layout is next. See, look at me saying I already have done this so many times I can't even tell you what the second screen is. I'm pretty sure it's the keyboard layout. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's type in OBE/bypass
Okay, I'm
NRO.
trying to do this
I
again.
think it's the other slash, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There we go. Oh, look at this beautiful animation, guys. What's that, like 2 FPS we got going on? Jeez. Well, from what we've seen so far, I don't think we're going to be spending a whole lot of time in Windows 11 on this thing, because this is already way worse than it is on the Raspberry Pi 5. So, yes, we're in the US. Gotta have it take its sweet old time here. Well, 10 minutes later, it just came up with something went wrong. You can try again or skip for now. OOBE keyboard. Did it not detect the keyboard? I mean, I have the mouse plugged into the keyboard, so at least the USB hub on it is working. But I guess, I mean, can we just skip the whole thing? That would be fantastic. Oh no, it's the OOB keyboard layout selection. That's what it was trying to bring up. For some reason that failed, which very well might be an indication as to what we're going to experience for these other screens. Oh, it detected Ethernet. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, it said that there were no drivers available for the Raspberry Pi 5 going through this method, not the 4. So we very well may actually have some proper drivers here. Ah, it's checking for updates, okay. Which actually, I don't know if we want it to get updates. No, because then it's going to try to update to the latest version of Windows. You know what? Screw it. I'm yanking the cable. I don't want it to update anything. I want to just get through this frickin' setup. And something went wrong again on the OOBE settings selector, so we'll skip past whatever that was. Okay, I've seriously been going through this setup for 20 minutes. Like, this is...
Alright.
This is the longest that I've ever spent going through a Windows 11 OOBE. Okay, it finally... Gosh, no. Oh, we have to try again? You can't skip it? Oh my gosh. Okay, well that's a problem. Okay, well, I just opened up Task Manager to, like, see if we can just kill this process. And this poor CPU, man, oh my gosh, look at this thing. It is just full blast, maxed out. And then we've got our RAM, which is, I mean, we've got that, like, 3 gig RAM limitation. It says we have 4, but it's got 1.1 for hardware reserved. Well, I can see why now the author said, just don't do this, because, I mean, holy cow, this is pretty unbearable. I think this is easily the worst thing that I've tried to put Windows 11 on. I mean, even that old, like, 2008 laptop that did not meet the system requirements at all ran it better than this. So, okay, Microsoft account, can we just end that? Okay, that got us to the desktop. But is it going to try to just restart the system? Well, it did relaunch it. Oh no. Oh no. No. No! It's... Oh my gosh. Okay, one last ditch effort to get to a desktop. Apparently if you press Control-Shift-F3 while you're in the OBE, it will reboot the system into an audit mode where you can configure some settings before the end user would go through the out-of-box experience. So this should get us to the desktop where we can log in as the admin account. Okay, so we've got this system preparation tool where we can just have it. Okay, so that's neat. You can change it if you don't want to enter the out-of-box experience. You can go back into the audit mode. I've actually never messed around with this before, but it gets us to the desktop. And, you know, we can do whatever we want. We can try to install programs. But honestly, I ain't going to do that because this poor thing has been just really struggling. I mean, you can see here, like, the CPU usage. Okay, well, now it's actually not as bad. It has really stabilized. We're now at 11%, 9% usage. We're just sitting here idle, of course, not really doing anything. But I guarantee you if I start, like, opening up the start menu and... we don't even have all these programs, like they're still loading in here, but we can go in and try to open up, I don't know, what's like a really minimal thing, like Notepad, right? Where's that at? Let's open up Notepad. A new version of Notepad is available. Holy cow. Yeah, we're about like 42.22. It's actually, this is way better. I mean, stuff is launching. Like, let's try to open up Edge here. This will be a real good test because, oh wow, that opened up really quick. Okay. So yeah, it was just the out-of-box experience, you utilizing a ridiculous amount of usage. Although now you can see like we're back at 100% max usage because, you know, Edge is a major resource hog because it's Chromium based. I mean, you saw that the network adapter worked. It did recognize that. Let me open up Device Manager and just see what it currently recognizes. So we have some unknown devices, but definitely not as many as we saw on the Raspberry Pi 5 with the VM. Okay, we've got audio. We have under monitors, just generic monitor. We don't even have the display adapters drop down. Of course, I mean, keep in mind we have not gone through the full out-of-box experience process yet. We haven't done the update, so it very well may have ended up downloading that at some point. But, you know, we have all this stuff so far on the Raspberry Pi 5 Windows VM as well. So I think, I mean, it definitely goes without saying that is a much better experience. And also the fact that you can still, like, quickly get back to your Linux environment and do whatever you want to do there. So, honestly, I think I'm going to end the video here because I really just don't feel like stressing this poor little Raspberry Pi. Which, by the way, is like, I can feel the heat, like, radiating off this thing just by getting close to it. I mean, it is really, really hot. So I'm going to put...
If you feel the heat radiating, it's probably hotter than you think. That's bad. That's really bad. Alright, let's... Ooh.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, we're gonna watch some daily dose.
This is your day.
There we go. There you go.
Hello, everyone. This is your daily dose of internet. If you ever feel dumb, just remember that there's always someone dumber than you.
How did he even get down on the plane in the first place? That should have been on my. Oh, that's what. Oh no.
There was a heat wave in Missouri a few days ago, and the road suddenly buckled and snapped as a result.
Oh no. That's bad. Why? Seconds before absolute chaos.
She didn't realize that the garage door was closing. A mud volcano randomly erupted from this road in China. This dog has narcolepsy and gets really tired whenever they get excited.
Oh, you're already... Do you want some chicken? You're already falling asleep. Oh no. Okay.
I can't tell if the truck driver was having issues moving their truck, or they didn't even know that the train was there.
I'm getting fired. Okay, what's the next step? Whole body, her whole body is into itself centipede. Draw like it's a 45-degree angle.
I also just found out that bunnies can get the zoomies. His go-kart started spinning out of control.
Musician.
Why did nobody tell me that bunny tails are actually really long?
And they curl up. They got pulled over.
This basketball court was completely flooded, but they decided to keep playing anyways.
That's
This
funny.
baby went through a car wash for the very first time.
Aww, baby's freaking out.
Boy, I had to throw this in reverse for what I just seen, my boy.
Okay, I can think I can know where.
That's hard.
Faen, så du kjefter på meg for? Hva faen har jeg gjort, liksom? Ja. Hold kjeft.
I never thought about how goofy giraffes look when they swallow food.
So our keepers have on this team, so this is our West Savannah team.
Okay.
Over that time.
She left her food out to see what they would do when she was gone.
Wait. Wait. What the?
She caught her pet tortoise trying to watch YouTube.
Aww.
Oh no, you changed the channel.
Look at this.
Okay, so
Snowball.
This
I
kid
said
saw
that.
himself in the mirror for the very first time. Imagine going to a concert and seeing this in the crowd.
Okay, that's epic. Okay, so the
This is how you know you get Starbucks coffee way too often.
Good morning. What can we get started for you?
Good morning, Robbie.
I'm shaking your thingy up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have never seen a mascot get scared like this before.
Okay, so do I?
Her annoying cat figured out how to wake her up every morning.
Oh no. No, no.
Someone needs to sign her to a contract.
Oh. Okay. I'll do the best I can with this.
A few days ago, I was on a plane going from Los Angeles to Chicago, and I saw these giant wildfires burning in Colorado and Utah.
Oh shit, lightning.
There's a straight up caterpillar in my Chipotle.
These people found a notebook that, for some reason, had really stretchy paper.
Look at this stretchy paper. Like something.
Waterlogged.
Like look at this.
It has dry waterlogged paper.
She found out that whenever she makes this noise, her cat freaks out.
Oh my god.
So, I guess there's a trend where people try to show up to their high school prom dance in the most ridiculous way possible.
That piece. Okay.
That is the end of this
What
video.
the
Hopefully I made
fuck?
your day
How
just
did
a
he
little better.
do it so
And I'll see you guys
fast?
again very, very
Hey,
soon.
what's up?
Later.
Hey, Mohammed. What's up? Mohammed. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name for shit. I am sorry, man. I am so tired from work. I can't pronounce anything for shit. But how are you doing? You know, right now I'm currently just doing some art practice real quick, just trying to get my art skills back into shape. Let's move on. Let's see if I can find another video. So, how are you doing? Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, Japan got a new phone. What is... Okay. Eric Parker. But what the fuck is going on? Wait a minute. Wait. I just saw. No fucking way. Okay, we're doing the third. But yeah.
Japan's new problem. Batsukari. Bats
Okay, so we're gonna do picture in picture.
Tsukari?
There we go.
What's Batsukari?
Japan has a new problem. Harassment of people and physical assaults are increasing day by day.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Whoa, whoa. Oh my god,
All
what is
right.
happening?
For a while, it seemed like Kasuhara, better known as customer harassment, where people abuse retail workers due to their inability to fight back, was the biggest problem. But things got even worse once Chikan, men who sexually harass young girls, became a problem so big that even separating men and women during the rush hour wasn't enough to stop it. And just when it
Oh god. Oh no.
seemed like things couldn't get any worse, a third form of harassment has now emerged in Japan.
What the hell? The fuck is your problem? What the fuck? Huh? Bro's just literally just, whoa, that's so fucking rude doing it to girls. The problem is they're doing it to females because they know for a fact that the females can't do anything.
Hope you all of you are enjoying the stream.
And while that has historically been true, recently something has happened.
I do have plans on like adding TikTok and Twitch to, as a onto my multi-streaming workflow.
What is happening over there?
I just need to get stuff in order first because Twitter and TikTok need requirements.
Overwork and emotional repression have created a large group
See
of
here.
people who feel invisible in Japanese society and powerless to control their lives, which eventually leads them to take out their anger on innocent people around them. These are called Butsukari. Butsukari are people who physically assault random bypassers during rush hour when there are many people around and they can quickly vanish into the crowd. These random attacks usually happen inside train stations during the mornings when the crowds are massive.
You know, if I have my kid or so, you know, right, and my kid, you know, has this issue or so, I'd be like, bro, they got some problems, man.
And people are in hurry. Times
Oh,
like
fuck.
these
I
are
dropped
an
pen.
opportunity for a Butsukari to attack someone in the crowd and quickly escape from the crime scene before the victim or anyone else has time to react. The most common way for Butsukari to assault people is to slam onto them with their shoulder as hard as they can in the crowd. This is even—
Don't worry, I'll just hit them with my elbow. That's it, you know? I know. These guys think they're so tough doing it on girls, you know?
where their name comes from, since Butsukari in English basically means a slammer. However, the term Butsukari is essentially—
Look at this girl, she's minding her— literally, she's just minding her own business. Look at this.
However,
she's literally minding her own business. Look at her. She's just walking with her phone, listening to music, and this random woman is just walking that way too, and then just completely like—
the term
Look at this, she just moves out of the way, and then look at this girl. She just raises her fucking arm and starts hitting her.
Butsukari is essentially an umbrella term for all the people who physically assault random bypassers in the crowd. These can include kicking someone or something, pushing people around, and any other form of physical contact. Some Butsukari even go as far as causing permanent damage to their victims, like in the case that happened in Tamachi Station recently. A man who was on his way to work was approached by a stranger walking on the wrong side of the road. This stranger forcefully slammed onto the man and continued walking. But then, after the victim had turned his back to the situation, he could hear the man running towards him from behind, and as he turned his head to look, he was sucker punched to the head by the stranger who slammed onto him.
What?
What's wrong with some people? Just why?
I'm just letting you know. If my son, like, if my son has to deal with this thing, I'm gonna tell him, make sure you hit him back, but 10 times harder, okay? All right? I'll teach him how to use his void powers, you know? Because I know for a fact my kids will have void powers 1000%. There's no buts, if, or ands from my partner, okay? They will have void powers.
The stranger then grabbed the man by the collar and started kicking him to the head with his knee while shouting, "Don't underestimate us local people." After the altercation, the victim was then rushed to the hospital where he had to spend 2 weeks due to his injuries.
Some people are walking around completely on edge, ready to snap. Yep, but like, just letting you know, my son, if my son happens to this or so to him, you know for a fact my son is. I'm telling you, don't take shit from nobody, okay? All right.
Yeah,
if
don't take shit from anyone.
You can beat the shit out of them. You can use your void powers. I would give you. You are free to use your void powers as much as you want on them. So. Liver shot will drop basically anyone but a pro fighter. I'm not violent, but I make exceptions in these types of situations. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, these kind of incidents aren't just random acts of violence, since Butskari are a well-known epidemic in Japan, and it's only getting worse day by day. According to a survey, 14% of people in Japan have been victims of a Butskari. However, some online surveys show even higher numbers. Most however,
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Some online surveys show even higher numbers. Most of these cases happen in large cities, and there's a clear correlation between the population and the cases. The bigger the city, the more Butskari there are. One of the most common excuses by Butskari is that they're fighting against so-called arukismaho, people who walk while looking at their smartphones.
Bro! Look, this woman attacks this woman. She's not even looking at her phone, but this woman is looking at her phone. She's looking straight towards this person here. And she attacks this person, but doesn't attack this person. Tell me where the logic is that. Tell me. Where is it at? Where's the logic in that? There's no logic here. She's literally clearly looking upwards, not even at her phone. But this girl's looking at her phone. I think it is just an excuse, to be honest, at this point. I was like, oh, hell no, dude. That's a BS-ass excuse I've ever heard in my entire life. If I see a woman attacking me when I go to Japan, all I gotta say, man, the Latina is gonna come out inside of me, and I'm gonna start going ham with my Latina side. Trust me, you don't want to see me go crazy with my Latina side.
When confronted, many of them claim they're just teaching a lesson to the people glued to their phones, but in reality, it's just an excuse to justify random aggression. The interesting and unsurprising thing in all of this is that there seems to be a higher chance of getting assaulted the smaller in stature you are, which is why most of the victims are young women.
Oh my fucking god, of course. They're picking on shorter people. Okay, buddy. Okay.
According to most of the surveys, women are the main victims of Butskari, as can even be
okay,
seen
let's
in all
see.
of these videos
We gotta
found
do
online. There also seems to be a higher chance of getting assaulted the younger you are, and many times the attacks can be just as vicious, even.
I'm gonna be honest with you, if I actually saw this on a train, if I literally see this on a train, I'm stepping in. I don't care. I don't care if I get in trouble. I'm stepping in for them. I'd be like, bro, back the fuck off. What's your problem, bro? You wanna start something? I got my older brother here. You two can settle it right now. Fucking ass. God, dude, I hate these kinds of people.
If you're young. As for example, in another recent case, a young woman was stopped at the station by a man telling her she was getting in his way. When the man got the woman's attention, he then punched her in the chest, which caused her to break her rib cage. Most of the
Oh hell no, dude! If that happened to me, someone gonna get beat up. someone is gonna get beat up. I swear to God, if they do that to me, oh man, nah, dude. If they actually do that to me and they break my rib or so, like for that shit, I will straight up, no joke, unleash the void on them.
If someone ended, hold on, let me pause the video for a minute. If someone did that to me and break my rib, there's going to be national news that day. Let's just say that. There's going to be national news.
To me, it seems like these are troubled people with anger issues who then take their anger out to people in the most pussy way possible.
True.
By secretly slamming onto people much smaller than them because they're too cowardly to face their issues or their victims. The problem with trying to stop this Butskari is that since they do it quickly and silently in a crowd while also pretending it's an accident, it's essentially almost impossible to convict them.
No, I am chasing his ass the moment he does that to. If anybody does that to me when I go to Japan, you know for 1,000% fact I'm gonna chase his ass down. I'm gonna do some parkour shit on his ass.
Even though it does count as a physical assault, it's hard to prove intent to their slamming, and unless it's caught on camera or the Butskari confesses, they pretty much always walk free. Considering how common the Butskari are, this is one of those things I'd like to warn all of you about when you're coming to Japan. Now obviously I'm not saying it will happen to you, but just be mentally prepared in case it happens. Since I've read many stories from people online who say their trip was ruined once they were attacked. If we just search shoulder check Japan on Reddit, we will be greeted with many posts like this. Recently, I went on an 8-day trip to Tokyo, but throughout those 8 days, I've been shoulder checked.
People like this get stabbed in the hood.
Oh yeah, no. If you mess with the wrong person, you're gonna get sucker punched real badly. And trust me, you don't want to mess with me. You straight up do not want to mess with me with this quote unquote shoulder check.
Times 5 out of 8 of those days. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen to you this much, since this seems a bit excessive, but the point is, it happens. It became so frequent that my family began to also retaliate by shoulder checking back the individuals.
Yeah, I would actually, like, if I go to Japan, right, I'll bring someone, right? And then, like, if they try to do that to me, you know for a fact, of course it'll probably be a male friend or so that'll do that, right? I'll tell him, you know, they did the shoulder check thing, and then he'll probably do the same thing as well. I'd be like, fuck, I'll tell him to keep doing it, you know?
Now, I understand the feeling, and to be honest, I would probably start doing the same myself, but at the same time, I can't really say that starting to shoulder check people back is the most noble course of action here.
Nah, man, bro, no. If they start something, if they want to start something, let them start something. It's basically fuck around and find out. They're fucking around, so let them find out, you know?
Exactly.
It's simple as that, man. I'm sorry, I'm not a violent person or anything like that, but if they want to fuck around or something, you best be ready to find out what happens afterwards with the shoulder check.
However, I can't help but blame myself for it, as if I deserved this for being a tourist in Japan. How can I at least mitigate getting shoulder checked next time I come back? For reference, I am a Chinese woman and didn't speak much Japanese, so I did communicate in Mandarin to my family. Yeah, this is kind of the sad state of affairs at the moment, that Japanese people aren't really too fond of Chinese tourists, or by any tourist by that matter. But, like, don't get scared. Like, you will have great time in Japan, and 99% of people will be nothing but nice to you. But, you know, there's a lot of tourism in Japan right now, tensions are high, and there will be racist anywhere you go in the world. Quick rant, my spouse and I were walking through Shinjuku Station with a local friend to grab lunch. As we walked by the west exit, an older Japanese man punched me hard in the ribs next to my right breast. It was a well-aimed punch as I was wearing a small backpack, so he managed to hit just between my arm and a back as I walked by. Oh, that sucks.
Oh, hell nah, dude. Hell nah, dude. The moment they touch anywhere near my breast or so, they're losing an arm.
As you can see, even from this story, it's not like the Buskari will always, shoulder slam you hard, because sometimes they might do other things, like in this woman's case, she said that the older Japanese man punched her really hard to her, rib cage. I was shocked. When I turned to look, he raised both his fists and shook them in my face. In retrospect, I wish I'd grabbed his hand and yelled for a guard, but I just hurried away and he disappeared into the crowd.
No, dude. If that shit is happening, I'm tackling his ass down, dude. I'm straight up tackling his ass down. No. Well, he could say goodbye to his family jewels, I could probably do that, I'd be like,
Yep.
What are you talking about? I never hit this person and their family jewels. How can you prove it? It's just all lies at the end of the day,
I didn't post this to scare anyone away from Shinjuku Station or from traveling in Japan in general. I'm feeling a bit raw about it, that's all. That last part that she said is a really good thing to say.
That's true.
And that is also the message I want to leave all you guys with. Japan is a wonderful country with wonderful people.
Yeah.
But just like any country, it has its problems and its crazy people.
Yeah,
right?
there's what Asmongold said. There are two types of people in this world: Karens. I don't know what the other person is, but yeah, Karens is all I know. These people are probably just Karens. They're Karens. There's Karens everywhere. These people are just crazy, in my personal opinion. Incels, is that the other one for Asmongold? What he said? Okay, yeah, but honestly, it's absurd, to be honest. I don't know. I don't really approve of this.
Right now, the government is trying to take countermeasures against Butskari,
That's good.
for example, by separating the roads to encourage people to not walk towards each other.
That's good.
None of this will really help in the end, though,
True.
since big cities like Tokyo are gonna have their problems and people like this will always exist. In the end, the scary part of Butskari isn't that they exist, it's the fact that they've learned how to blend in and you'll never know when you become a target.
If they try anything like that to me, you know for a damn fact, my friend is not gonna accept that. You know for a fact he'll probably tackle his ass down. I'll probably smack him with my bag or something, Nah, dude, I don't like that. Nah, that ain't cool, bro. That's not cool at all. Oof, man, I would probably. Oh man, if I could, I would probably like grab him with my tentacle or so and just drag his ass on the ground or so.
Yep.
Nah, dude, that ain't cool, dude. That's not cool whatsoever. I don't approve of that, dude.
I don't approve of that either. That's just shitty behavior.
Hello, everybody. My name is Eric, and today we've got something really new, interesting, and unique. So what is this? Well, let's read it. So this was sent to me via email. A victim received a DM from someone, and as we can see, they're a mutual of the Arch Linux server, with a Russian username saying, "Hello, I have to notify Linux users about a very big danger. Repositories of Arch, Debian, and Ubuntu were hacked several days ago. They've already been fixed, but your system may already be hacked." Now, this is fake. Although, especially with the AUR, there is a genuine risk of malware on Linux. Don't be fooled. There is. And Linux doesn't have great app-level security controls. But this is a fake alert. Strongly recommend you check your system by special tool. Just download and run this program which checks your system for malware and prints results to console. Well, to be fair, that does happen, as you're about to see. I'm going to show you a sandbox run of this, and then we'll go over some static analysis I've done to sort of explain what each of these pieces
Alright.
So if you do download this on a Linux system, the result will look something like this. Now we'll go through the replay, and then we execute it. Now, if you executed it in the terminal, which is the intended way, you would see the output of the CLI. But I didn't do that. So we just see I ran this program. To be clear, it's not an EFI malware. The person who submitted it sent it to me, and it got that. And we can see that it calls this application. Then it drops itself to its PID in temp. Then it replaces itself with the second stage, which is the real payload, which is a reverse shell. So it gets its second stage from git t. Now let's take a look at what's going on here. So we've got two different payloads. Now these are encrypted. Load files and /, okay. And we can actually go through the commits, and it seems like then they're swapping this out as their C2 servers are getting shut down. Would be kind of interesting. Let's just see if any of these comments are... No, they're not. They're not anything super interesting. Now these are encrypted, and the dropper contains a method to decrypt them, and then it simply executes the malware. Now given this file is bigger, I am just wondering if this is just the stage 1. Mainly just checking to see if this is even a valid L. It doesn't match because I've already uploaded to stage 1, so this could be a different stage 1. And we'll go back through. That then initiates a reverse C2, and if we go on over to connections, we can see this, and we can see some TCP activity through the sandbox logging it. This is the download, and then we get no data on this one. I could check our previous run just to see if we do, but I do have, it doesn't do anything so far. I do have static analysis there where I can show you some more. Okay, so this is text apparently. Let's just try, okay, we can try open it with Notepad. I think it might be too big for Notepad. Well, that's not our main mission, so let's go on over and explain how this all kind of works. So first of all, I'll take you to the dropper. This is the entry point of the drop function. This is called from the start function, but if we look a bit closer, we can see, so there's this, which just is some basic checks, and then we've got this. Now, this isn't usually how, there's a couple of stuff that's being skipped, and then the rest of this file is just being packed with many megabytes of garbage. We've got a loop that goes through and sort of attempts to get that. Then we have this, which will move the PID into EAX, which is used to write out the file from here. This is just bad decompilation. So we get that. And ultimately, a downloaded file is then executed. Now, if this function, which tests internet, doesn't work, we get an error message saying that to run the fake scan, we need an internet connection. Now, what's interesting is despite this being a two-stager, both are clearly dedicated to this campaign and are consistent. So we're through everything interesting in this sample, so now I'm going to move you on to stage 2. If you ever watched Ownage Pranks, we're going to stage 2. Now this is the entry point, creates a TCP socket, connects to this. Now ngrok is essentially an online API gateway, so this is simply being used to mask where the C2 is actually living. You can just set up your TCP API on this platform. And behind that, in this case, is a C2 server. Now, here, this will be shown to the user, making them think that everything is legit, we're all good, checks for passed, no security vulnerabilities were found. So at this point, you think, okay, good, it was a real antivirus, nothing bad has happened. But what you're not realizing is your computer is now essentially ratted. So we're connected to the reverse TCP here, and then we can see some more. And then we can see the important part. In here, we're simply going to execute the shell through this. We've now got a reverse shell running. This system has been pwned at this point. Now we get through these, and then these will route to syscalls. Now, from a few sandbox runs I've done so far, I haven't actually seen anything hit. That could mean that something is dead. It also could just mean that they simply didn't have any commands for us yet. It might wait a while. Now, from a cursory glance at this, there's no indication that this is persistent. It doesn't create any cron jobs. So what may be going on here is that given enough time, the reverse shell would eventually create persistence or do whatever else they want. I mean, it's functionally, until you reboot your computer, this is a rat. And because on Linux, the terminal is much more powerful This is a bigger threat than it would be if you had a reverse shell on Windows. This is probably, in my personal experience, the first time I've seen desktop malware targeting a desktop Linux user. Doesn't mean that it doesn't happen, but seems like it is starting to pick up, and that could be a concern with how the OS user repository works, which of course, what people may not know, I saw someone actually talking about how great the AUR is, and I agree, but you do have to be careful. User-generated content, right? I can just make an account in here and upload anything I want. And there's no strict verification, unlike the main repositories, which were not compromised. So that's a potential method. And on any operating system, someone on Discord sends you an executable file. Unless you really know this person, know they're not hacked, don't run it. If you ever receive a message like this one with fake urgency, or any form of urgency telling you to run something or enter your password, don't fall for it. That's a psychological manipulation tactic. It's not real. And as a general rule of safety, you may even just want to turn off random DMs on Discord. You can make it so that people can't just DM you because you have a mutual friend. General word of safety here. If you receive a DM from a random person in a server you're in, especially a tech-related server, don't trust it. If you haven't already in the server had contact with them, and this is someone you want to be friends with, you're probably just falling victim to a scam. So that's going to be all from me for now. Please do let me know what you thought in the comments below. Don't be downloading this sketchy malware. And do remember, just because you're on Linux doesn't mean you're not at risk for malware. That's all from me for now. Bye.
Yeah, basically, general rule of thumb, if you're connected to the internet at all, you are always at risk for malware, regardless of which operating system you're using. Alright, see here. Alright. Alright, yeah.
And so I cry sometimes when I'm lying in bed, just to get it all out what's in my head. And I feel a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I
Okay, okay. So I'm not gonna do this and play that anymore. Even though that is impressive, but I don't want to risk any copyright. Alright. Da 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 da. Ba ba ba. Gaming. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ooh, I love tech related videos.
This language powers 77% of the internet.
If it actually loads.
It's so insecure.
And they decide to load. There we go.
This language powers 77% of the internet, and yet it's so insecure that a single line of code can bypass the entire login system. I'm talking about PHP, the same language that was used in WordPress, Facebook, and millions of sites you use daily. And today, I'll show you why hackers love it, and why you probably shouldn't. Warning, warning, warning. Before you go write me a mean comment, I just want to clarify something. No matter which programming language you choose, it will be insecure if you don't know how to program well. Hence why I made this video to educate people and hackers to how to find vulnerabilities and how to fix them within PHP. And now let's get started with the video.
Okay.
But before we start, if you want to learn hacking, then check out my course, which is down in the description box below. PHP was originally built in 1994 as a set of personal scripts. It wasn't even meant to be a programming language, and because of that, it grew without security in mind. The result was dozens of bizarre behaviors that make it a minefield for developers and a playground for hackers. Let me actually prove that to you. Take a look at this if statement. We have if, and then we have this value, and then we have two equal signs, and then we have 0. My question is, what will this conditional return? True or false? You have 5 seconds to answer that question. You would think that this would return false, right? But you're actually wrong, because in PHP, if a string starts with 0e and followed by digits, it gets treated like a scientific notation, or aka a number. So both the first value and the second value become a 0, and that's why PHP was like, yeah, there we go, true. But why would this actually matter in, for example, a web application context? You probably know what MD5 is. It is a hashing algorithm. And when you pass a string through this hashing algorithm in PHP, the output starts with 0e followed by digits. So yeah, I think this is starting to paint a better picture here. Because when a website stores a password from a user, it basically stores it in a hashed format. It's not going to store it as a plain text. And honestly, I
At least it
cannot even
shouldn't.
imagine how
On
it
like
would
one
look
website.
if you take that value, like an MD5 hash, and compare it to something that user can control. Yeah, you probably could bypass some login systems, but we will get into that. And what do you think is a fix for this issue? Yeah, you guessed it right. Instead of 2 equal signs, you use 3 equal signs, ladies and gentlemen, and yeah, the issue has been patched successfully. Here is a better example of this vulnerability within PHP, so let's take a look at it. Imagine that there is a website which has the password reset functionality, and the password reset link looks something like this. We have the domain, we have the reset.php, we have the user query parameter, which is the admin, we have the time, which is the Unix timestamp, and then we have the signature, which will be representative of a password reset token for us. Let's take a look at the backend code of this web application to understand it better. We first things first have a generate link function, which just takes the user. It then generates a token using the random int, which is just basically a big random integer, and then it takes the time reference. It does an SQL query to update basically the token, and it then gets the password of the user, and it uses that to generate a signature, because it needs to generate you a URL, which will be sent to your email over here in this function. The generate signature takes 4 different arguments, which is one of them is a user, we have the token, we have the time, and have the password of the user. The generate signature function is a bit interesting because here is all of the arguments that it takes, and then it calls the hash function, which uses the SHA-256 hashing algorithm. It's not using an MD5 this time, which I explained earlier in the video, so this is going to be very interesting. It then basically passes in the user, uses the symbol token, time, and password, and then it calls the sub-str or the subster function, which basically takes the first 8 characters of whatever this hashing algorithm returns. And here is where it checks the token expiry function, which is not really interesting. And here is the validate link function, which is our point of interest. It takes the signature argument, time argument, and the user argument. It basically takes the token from the SQL database from the specific user, from the relevant user, and it also gets the password from the relevant user. It then checks whether the token has expired, which is only valid for 6 hours, and then it basically generates another signature from all of these arguments, and it compares it with what you have entered. Again, if you notice, it's using a loose comparison. And if it all matches up, if it's all good, then you basically get to log in and also reset your password. So how can this even be vulnerable if it's very, very simple and straightforward application? Well, I'll do my best to explain to you. Here in the article, what we can do is take some hypothesis. For example, let's assume that the username is admin, the random token is this, and the value of the time when the password reset was sent is this Unix timestamp, and the password is admin123. It's just better to assume something because we can easily work with this then. And the SHA-256 hash of these values will be this big chunk of text, I'm sorry. And when we call the sub-str function, it basically strips that to the first 8 characters, and this is how the reset.php thing will look like. But if you remember in the beginning of the video, if we compare these two values right here and these, it will get true if you use loose comparison. And no matter which version of PHP you use, it will always be like that, even in the latest version. Because you can see that this is a var dump function, which just basically returns either true or false based on the expression you have provided. And in my case, I have provided the first value, which is 123, and the second one, which is just zeros. Now, to your eye, these are the two exactly different values, but in the PHP eyes, it's the same. And if you run the test.php file, you can see that it returns bool true, meaning that this is the same. So how can we use this to our advantage? But what we can know is that only one of these values that we can control as the user is kind of the time. And that's very relevant when we're generating a hash if that time is used within the hash. So what we need to do is we need to basically brute force the timestamp, the Unix timestamp that will help us to get the 0e starting point of the hash. Because then we can use that to basically generate a password reset link, which will, once we enter any signature, always be true. So that's what we gotta do. What this basically person has done in this amazing article, which you can find in the description box below, is they have trying to determine the length of the response once the password reset is incorrect, and that's 1143. It depends on the target, but for them is 1143. It just basically lets them know that once they enter something that it's wrong, you will give them this content length, and they can basically then continue with the execution of their brute forcer to basically find the right password reset link. Hope that makes sense. And then this is the right code for that. As you can see, it takes the argv, which is basically the argument we pass in once we run this Python script, and we basically pass in the target, and then it tries to generate a reset link, and then it basically calls the rest link function, which takes the target, which is the target that we have entered. And here is how this rest link function works. It basically gets the time, the current time, and then it does a while true loop, and then it tries to generate a link for the specific target using the username admin, the time, and the signature has to be 0e0000 because we want to get the right comparison. Then we do the request.get to that link, and then we check whether the content length is not equal to the incorrect password ones. Again, that's why this person did this here. And then if we basically find a link which is not equal to this, means that we actually have gotten the right signature, which starts with 0e, and then we basically return the link, and here is where it does the print, which says visit this link to set the new password for admin, and it gives you the recent link, which promptly here it does. And obviously, since this is blurred, this was actually on the real website, so you know that people screw this up even today. You can find this article in the description box below, and this just highlights why it is important to understand PHP and all of these programming languages, and the best part about it is that this is actually available in the latest version of PHP as well. Thank you so much for watching, stay safe, stay responsible, and as always, peace.
Yep. Anywho. Okay. Okay, something went wrong there. I see why. All right. Oh. Sure, something wrong with that. With that finger there. Should we fix it up real quick? Okay. Okay. Alright, that's fixed up a bit. Okay. We need an additional layer for the hair. Okay, so a bit of hair is going to go over here. There. 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 All right. Hi. Oh, cat just went. Her cat just scared the fuck out of me. Oh, like it. Close the door. How the fuck did you open it? Yeah. Cat somehow opened the door. Oh, yeah. Oh fuck. All right. Ba ba da ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Sorry, song stuck in my head. Anyways, let's see here. Okay, so we're gonna need a little. It's just for the base skill. Be very careful. Not to accidentally erase the ear. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. See here. So that I've got to do some additional. I like to do. Okay. Okay. And can I do one more thing? Ah, fuck. I did on my shit. Fuck. The 3 is gonna have some. Yeah. All right. 3. Layer 4 is gonna have that. Layer. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much it for now. What I want to do is something like this. And some differentiating. As for the feet... Okay. I get it. So layer 4, we're gonna try to... trace over. And layer 3, going to some erasing. Not too much erasing, but just around the feet. I'm just going to add a layer 5 just for trying to do the toes. Layer 5. Okay. 1, 2. Big toe is probably stubbiest. Middle toe. Those. And same rear. Big toe is kind of stubbiest. And then all right. Racing for layer 4. All right. Oh, okay. That's our art. Okay, you gotta find. Okay, that's. Okay, well, layer 3. So erasing this part here. All right. Here. All right. Oh, that. Okay, so I'm actually really proud of that. Make sure I save that. Oh, I just realized something. I need to be fixed. There we go. I'm actually really proud for that of practicing that. Let's see here. All right. What time is it actually? Oh wow. You've been focusing that for literally an hour. About an hour. Damn, man. Alright, so we're gonna move on to some retro gaming. I'm probably gonna rage a lot, so be warned about that. With that being said, just give me a few minutes to set it real quick, and we'll be on the way. And as for like, I'm gonna be probably starting to do like YouTube intros and outros on stream, just so I can edit it, just for post editing. So if y'all want to say hi YouTube, you can very much do that. That being said, let's get on to the next section of the stream. Alright, we are back with Minute Club 3 Dub Edition Remix. Hello my viewers at YouTube. We are playing Minute Club 3 Dub Edition. As you've seen recently, possibly my 2 previous videos, I rage a lot. So expect more raging in this video. Anyways, let's get right into it. Oh, yeah, correct. Alright. Career. What, seriously? I forgot. Gray, Roy. Alright. I think we're gonna be unbeatable street races first because we can probably street racers. We have choppers only, luxury sedans. Alright. Take on Dre first and the closest. Rip Bozo. Because when you get hit that mock Jesus. The physics in this game. Why did I do that? Is Imagine I missed that. Right. We can do Roar last because there's one race I hate. I hate this turn. You beat Dre. Other 4 and 4 for D-class cars. Shift. Well, shit. We don't have a D-class car anymore. Not that it's even worth it. We'll get back our Dodge SRT when we beat the game as like a memento. Right now we gotta get through our tuner races. Oh, there we are. Okay, you need to actually be banned. Okay, you actually need to be banned for doing that. You are not allowed to do that. Ban. You are banned. You are banned. Not allowed to do that. You're banned. 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 You little shit. You're a little shit. You scammy little shit. Anyways. Oh shit, completely forgot to put this back there. You're a little shit. You're a little shit. You got banned. Fuck you, traffic. No, fuck you for that. Fuck you. Alright, let's do this. her, you fucking bitch! Oh, you fucking bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it, you fucking bitch! Fuck you! No, fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, you fucking cunt ass! Fuck you! Alright. All right. Oh, this is... Fuck you! Fuck you! Alright. Oof. What the fuck? Okay, so I gotta see here. Like $50,000 going to do for one of them. Ooh. I can only do for one of them. Alright, let's see here. We gotta... Okay, so we gotta do it for this one, probably. Or split 15-15. They both equally. Because you got 3 C-Class cars and 2 of them. The Bel Air, ooh, okay. Okay, we gotta do... Okay. Gotta be smart about this. We don't do the whole thing at once. We do this here, so... Always nitrous is good. $13,000. Alright. I said that. Okay, we need to upgrade suspension for both of them. And that's probably all we can afford. Okay, so that's probably as much as we can afford. But that actually boosts both of our cars significantly. Alright. Let's do this. Wow, thanks. Oh, I hate this one. No, right now I don't want to focus on doing this. Alright. I'll probably focus on getting all the... Vito... Roy... Oh, I wonder... Oh, that's pretty cool. That was a pretty cool finish. Fuck you! Fuck you! You fucking whore! Ugh! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking cunts! Fuck you! Fucking contest, motherfucker! Finally, that was the first fucking race! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fucking cunt! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you so much! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fucking contest motherfuckers! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! Fucking goddamn motherfuckers! God fuck you! Fuck you so fucking much! Quit! God fucking damn it. Fucking cunts. Fucking cunts. Fuck you! Just fuck you! God damn it, this is the most fucking rageful fucking race ever. Every time, this specific track, no matter what class of car I'm in, raged me so fucking much. Because how they program the fucking AI in this. It's fucking bullshit. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. Of course, my face is fucking itchy. Fuck you! God fucking damn it, fuck you! God fuck me! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! God fucking damn it! You fucking cunts! Fuck you! So many goddamn times! Fuck you! Fuck me! God fucking damn it! All for stupid finals! Stupid ass finals! I'm done. I am so fucking done with this game. I am so fucking done. What time is it? Ah, fucking hell. Fucking hell. I'm not even gonna be bothered to play Need for Speed Underground 2 because how much I've reached so much in this fucking game. So how much is for $6? Alright, fucking hell. Anyways, let's just chill for an hour watching YouTube videos. And then I think we can call the stream. Holy fucking hell. Those 3 races took so fucking long. I just literally I played this game multiple times. Multiple times in a row. I played Dub Edition and Dub Edition Remix multiple times. And it's always Racing Dre in C class. That aggravates me so much. I don't know what went wrong in coding the CPUs for that race, for those 3 races in particular. Hello, we're back again. We're gonna be reacting to some YouTube videos I have lined up. Hopefully y'all will enjoy these.
Microsoft apparently just realized that a lot of people really want to stay on Windows 10. They just made an announcement that makes it effectively free to get the so-called extended security updates for a year, for one additional year of support, whereas before it would have cost $30 for consumers. There is a tiny catch, but it's really not a big deal, and you'll actually have 3 options for how to get these extended updates. They even created an enrollment wizard or tool to get the extended updates that I can show you. And it's going to be rolling out to everyone in the next few weeks. So basically in the Windows Update menu in Windows 10, you'll see a thing that mentions the extended security updates and an Enroll Now button or link. Or alternatively, this link may appear on the right-hand side of the window instead. Now, one catch is that you will have to sign into Windows with a Microsoft account to enroll. If you click the Enroll Now button and you're on a local account, it will make you log in with a Microsoft account and it will set your Windows account to that account. But it seems you can just convert it back after you enroll without a problem. Now, after you click enroll, you may see one of 2 versions of this window, because to get the extended security updates for free, you just have to sync your Windows 10 settings to your Microsoft account. You don't have to even back up your apps and files and stuff like that, like I've seen some people reporting. You literally just have to sync your settings, which I think is by default. So it's a good chance you'll just see this option that says you're already backed up or synced, and you can just immediately get the free updates with no additional work. But alternatively, if you don't have your settings synced, like maybe you deliberately went in and turned that off, you'll see 3 different options. And by the way, it seems to correspond to this settings menu. Like if you turn these off, that's when you see these options. And in this case, you'll again have the option to just enable backup.
My voice
settings,
is so
toggles these on effectively.
after
or you have the option to just straight up pay.
My voice is so fucked after raging that hard. Holy shit. I sometimes despise my hyper focusing. It makes me super determined to get something done no matter what, but still, at the cost of my voice, holy shit.
$30, the initial extended security updates price, or you could redeem it for 1,000 Microsoft points if you have any on your account, which actually is not that many. If you compare it to what you get for redeeming it for other stuff, basically it's the equivalent of $1. So it's really not that much. You might already even have that much in your account. But again, you can literally just get it for free by toggling on some settings to sync. And I did test it. I had those sync settings off, and then I chose to just enable the backup or syncing, and then it let me do it, and afterwards those settings were just on. After you do enroll, it will say in the Windows Update your PC is enrolled to get extended security updates, and I tested converting the Microsoft account back to a local account, and it still set it even after restarting. Apparently how it works is the enrollment is stored on your Microsoft account, but then it's applied to the PC. So even if you log out of your Microsoft account for your Windows account, it'll stay on the PC. But if for some reason you reformat or something like that, you could just log into the Microsoft account again and it would reapply to the PC. But you don't have to stay logged into it, if that makes sense. So good news for anyone who really wants to stay on Windows 10. Though I did make another video about whether or not you should upgrade to Windows 11. So if you want, you can include.
Here's another thing that probably Theo won't recommend it, and I don't recommend this either. But if you want to stay on Windows 10 for good, you're probably gonna have to get the community. Once again, the community ran legacy updates. You know, like the same ones for Windows XP. I think they're working on Windows 10 now. The ones for Windows 10.
Click on that and watch that video and make a decision. And as you If you enjoyed the video, be sure to...
Yeah, if you decide to upgrade to Windows 11, there's going to be a lot more bloatware. So you're going to have pretty much a harder time deep loading a Windows 11. Even I had a hard time deep loading Windows 11, but I managed to get it deep loaded. Anyways.
Give it a big giant thumbs up.
All right, we sounding good. YouTube. We weren't prepared for half the shit that we've been experiencing in the past like 5 to 10 years. Yet we're forced to navigate this world. This new world that we were never prepared for. That's like the polar opposite of the world that we were promised and brought up for. Most of us, millennials and Gen Z, we were brought up with the advice: you go to college, you get a good job. The same old classic American dream advice. You go to college, get a good job, and with that good job, you work your way up the corporate ladder, and eventually you're able to buy a house, white picket fence, nuclear family, all of that. You know, the whole shebang.
Unfortunately, that's not the case. Even if you get a doctor's degree, you're still barely able to survive. Yes, you may be maybe a little more comfortable than and a little more comfortable than just surviving, only by a tiny bit, but you're still surviving, basically.
But we live in a world where that's no longer feasible for everybody. Or that's even that on its own is a pipe dream for some people. Because I mean, just look at the wealth disparity. AI. Look at how different the world is compared to when like our parents were our age. Like compared to the world that Gen X and the world that the boomers grew up in. Vastly different. And even some of them are getting the like wake up call in a horrific way, like in a really fucked up way. There are videos on here of people who are like old enough to be, if you're millennial or Gen Z, there are people, which I'm assuming most of you watching this video are, there are people old enough to be our parents or grandparents who are doing gig apps, multiple gig apps just to survive, when only a few years ago they were living cushy. They were pretty cushy, pretty fine and comfortable with the job that they got from their degree. And now, mind you, a lot of these people also owe student loans. A lot of them, like especially boomers, owe a lot in student loans. So they're getting the wake up call now that the world is different. This isn't the world that they were brought up in. This isn't the world that we were promised. It's a vastly different world. And that's why you got a lot of Gen Z and millennials who are ready to give up. You got a lot of Gen Z and millennials who don't see a point, especially Gen Z, who don't see a point in participating in the system at all. You got some that's like traditional 9-to-5 corporate job, and I see nothing wrong with that. I've even got a video on this very channel talking about how these jobs aren't worth it and 9-to-5 culture is dead because it's a part of that old world that no longer exists where those things worked. And I put quotations around worked because at least like then the cost of living was lower, and things like low cost consumer goods and treats made that lifestyle bearable to people, because it's always been this way. Like 9-to-5 culture has always been fucked and always been like a system that just isn't natural, doesn't work, with the same concept of you're really working like 60 to 80 hours a week because you got the unpaid commute time and getting ready time to factor into that. Only difference then, lower cost of living, lower cost of consumer goods and treats compared to now, where everything is insanely higher. Basic needs like basic needs cost over $1,000 a month in total for people like when real wage growth hasn't increased. Like real wage growth has not increased with the cost of living. Aside from the boomers and Gen Xers who are now getting that wake up call that the world is different.
My fucking mic. Phone fucking fell on the fucking keyboard again. Fucking bitch ass.
There's still us, millennials and Gen Z, who've been navigating this world, knowing full well that this was not the world we were promised. This was not the life we were promised or raised up for, yet forced to navigate it. And yeah, like I said, we are justified in the way we feel. You've got Gen Zers who don't give a shit if the economy crashes, because how many people who are Gen Z or even millennials do you know that own enough stock to where it makes a genuine difference in their life? I'm not talking just a 401k, and I know a 401k is in the market, but I'm talking these people own stock and have a stock portfolio that they manage themselves. Or, yeah, a stock portfolio that they manage themselves. How many Gen Zers do you know, or millennials do you know, that have a stock portfolio that they manage themselves, that they have enough money in that it actually makes a difference in their life, to where it actually makes a difference in their life and they're actually able to like sort of live off that or support themselves off that? How many do you know? It's very few. That's why a lot of them don't give a fuck about the economy crashing. A lot of people want to see shit just come tumbling down because we know deep down the system doesn't work. And look, my personal advice, find workarounds. That's why I'm doing this, speaking on camera. Because, like I said, we live in a completely different world that isn't the world we were promised or raised up to be prepared for. And within that, there is also opportunity. And I know everyone's conditions are different. Not everyone's able to pursue things like content creation or an online business, and not everyone should. But if you know damn well that you don't want to participate in this system, this fucked up system that rewards exploitation and narcissistic behavior, manipulative behavior, you're pissed off, rightfully pissed off, that you were raised and brought up for a world that no longer exists, that stopped existing like almost 20 years ago. When we were kids, a lot of us were in school when like the world that we were being raised up for and promised was going out the door and on its deathbed. It's not our fault. Yet we're forced to navigate that world and live with it every single day. While some of those who are from the older generations, Gen X, boomers, who haven't gotten the wake-up call, will continue to gaslight us about it. And it's not, and I'm not trying to start a generational fight there. I'm just highlighting the difference in perspectives, because the difference in realities and lived experiences of the generations. More boomers especially, and Gen X, but boomers especially, got to experience the American dream. Millennials and Gen Z, not so much. Two completely lived experiences that will never see eye to eye, ever. So look, my advice to you, like I said, find you a workaround. We know this shit don't work. Find you a workaround. I believe I said it in that video. One of the greatest forms of resistance that you can like give against this system is to be able to take control of your own income stream, to be able to bring in money on your own without having to answer to a boss or a corporation. You're able to bring in money on your own from a talent, from a skill, from knowledge. And I'm not saying you got to be someone who wants to start a huge enterprise. You can literally just be a coach. teaching knowledge that you have to people who seek that same knowledge, who will pay you money to learn that knowledge. That's one of the greatest forms of resistance that you can give to the system right now, is to take control of your own income stream. I don't even have anything to sell you in this video. I'm not even going to link you to a course. I have one, but it's fitness related. It's not related to what I'm talking about right now. But take control of your own income stream. Find a way to make money on your own accord, so that way you don't have to answer to a boss. You don't have to answer to a corporation. You can comfortably say, fuck this system.
That's why I'm doing streaming, building up my art skills so I can do art commissions. And then once I'm comfortably doing streaming, art commission, streaming games, doing art commissions, and so, I'll be able to pursue cybersecurity and basically find a way to have each skill that I develop work in tandem with each other.
Still forced to participate in some way because it's capitalism. We can't outrun it until it's like overthrown. To have to deal under it by taking control of your own income streams. But look, because you're gonna have to live your life regardless. You're a human being. You got a life to live regardless.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you know what? I woke up early at the crack of dawn this morning and I realized, why am I playing video games? Why am I building like a good computer when I'm getting excited to play a video game that released 25 years ago, boys? You know, I was walking around in kindergarten when System Shock 2 dropped, and I'm playing a remaster of it. You know, I'm enjoying it, I'm having a good time. And, you know, I look at this game and I'm like, man, it's got a lot of good gameplay. You know, it really holds up. And you know why I think it holds up really well? It's because this is from an era where, like, I think video game developers really gave a shit about making cool, new, innovative experiences. And nowadays, I really feel like a lot of the gaming industry plays it really, really safe. But see, I don't have an issue with video games being too safe. You know, I don't really care if a video game is made for the masses. That's not my problem. What I do care about is if it runs well. Now, this is a 25-year-old game. You know, it runs exceptionally good on my computer, as it should. This game should be able to run on butt plugs, all right? With, like, basic, like, processors on them, all right? Like, this should be able to run on anything, okay? Whatever. But what about modern games? So this is a game called Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, this isn't an old game. It's 28th February 2025 is when it dropped. And I'm sure some of you guys played it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's sitting at 14% of its reviews in the last 30 days have been positive. Why is it that one of the most beloved Capcom franchises is fucking overly negative? Wow, why is that? What's going on here? Now, this is a pretty simple answer to the question. Why Monster Hunter Wilds, you know, peaked at 1.1 million when it dropped, and it's now sitting at around 4,733 players. We are talking crypto levels of drops here, okay? Losing like what, 95% of your fucking audience in the span of less than a year, ladies and gentlemen. Literally just like a few months, if we're going to be completely honest here. And again, a lot of it just comes down to the fact that they really did just drop a dog shit product. Now, to give you an idea here, Monster Hunter World, which is a great game, I highly recommend this title, that has more players than a recently released Monster Hunter game. Now, there's a lot you can criticize this new Monster Hunter game for. Some would say maybe it's a little bit too easy, Muda. Maybe it just kind of plays itself. Maybe it's just a little too casual. No. You know why it's getting negative reviews on PC? It's because they released a broken fucking game on the computer. So, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm just going to answer this question really easily for you. For instance, if you scroll all the way down over here, this is the system requirements for the game. And we're just gonna have a quick like litmus test. Okay, this is a test to see if you have functioning brain activity. We're gonna see what the problem is with the system specification sheet. Now, for a minimum system, okay, you need a i5 processor, which is fine. Okay, it can run all the way down to an i3, 1100. For a GPU, minimum is a GTX 1660 graphics card. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Now, the game is expected to run at 1080p. Is that native? No, upscaled from 720. So imagine having 720p and upscale that shit, probably not even through DLSS. We're talking like a purely software scaler, because that's a 1660, and it's gonna look like the most blurry shit imaginable, okay? There are VHS tapes you can find that might be sharper than the image generated for this game. Now, of course, you might be like, well, what's the frame rate like here? 30 frames under the lowest graphic settings, okay? So we are, you know, a lot of people use really offensive terminology like, man, this is like welfare gaming. Bro, this is crack den gaming is what it is, okay? This is Skid Row gaming at this point. You probably shouldn't even buy the fucking game if that's your system settings, right? You might as well just play System Shock 2, because that'll run on this system just fine. Now, what do they recommend here? They recommend a RTX 2060 Super, okay? Super, sir. Very super. What is the performance here? The game is expected to run at 1080p.
Bruh. Have a game expect to run well at 480p. Minimum. You little shit.
Okay, just 1080p, not even a little bit over than that. Just strictly 1080, okay? Which I guess is fine. 60 frames. You're like, okay, that's fine. That's cool. With frame generation enabled under the medium graphic settings. Not even high, not even without frame generation. Frame generation to even get to the 60 FPS, okay? So we're talking you run the game at 30, and then you generate a little bit of that fake frame bullshit, and you get all the way to 60. Now, given the fact this is a 20 series graphic card, this is not even actual NVIDIA's DLSS frame generation. This is like other software level frame generation. So if you think the latency is bad underneath the NVIDIA version, just wait until you fucking play with software generated like frames, okay? Or just like without any hardware support. It's even worse. And this is coming...
This is why I do hardware acceleration on anything. I do hardware acceleration on my current browser. Because software alone doesn't cut shit.
From somebody that has personal experience with this type of shit, okay? I played through Cyberpunk 2077, fully maxed out with frame generation, and I'll tell you, it was a okay experience, but I'm not gonna fucking sit here and lie and say that there was not a goddamn ounce of input lag. I can only imagine how bad it gets with 30 frames being fake framed to 60 with actual, like, just pure software solutions. So look, anyways, this is not like a fucking technical breakdown. This is just a sign to show you that if you read this spec sheet and you still bought this game, for, by the way, the off-sale price is 90 Canadian dollars, then you're an actual fucking idiot, okay? I'm sorry to say, you fucking lick Windows is what I'm gonna put it out, okay?
That's around 80 USD. It's around 80 US dollars. Nintendo's bullshit starting price at $80 and then the fucking deluxe 90 and ultimate's 120. That's already having ripple effect. It's bullshit. Why? Why? It's bullshit. Bruh.
You actually unironically sip .com if you unironically bought this expecting good performance. Now, I remember back during the beta for this, there was a lot of performance issues right there. And every single like comment that I would read that defended this game was like, It's a beta. Come on, it's a beta software. They're gonna fix it down the road. You might get a patch. You know, how many times are we as gamers gonna look at the words beta software and just not immediately like translate that into our head as demo software? Like, you really honestly think that, what, a couple months away from release, that beta software isn't just like a close...
Literally, every time, a AAA game releases, it's not quote unquote in beta. And the early release is just you're the guinea pigs, and early adopters are you're the guinea pigs as well. Suck it up.
To the final build option, like, yeah, there's gonna be performance changes, but if it's playing like if it's playing like a fucking diarrhea-ridden senior citizen at a retirement home in the beta, dog, it ain't gonna turn into an Olympian by the time it actually releases. Let's be fucking honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
God damn. Now, again, the reason for me making this video is not because, like, you know, I'm mad necessarily at the gameplay for Monster Hunter. Actually, I think the gameplay is pretty cool. I think some of the casualization they've done might be a little bit overboard. You know, but generally speaking, it's a pretty sick open world game. The problem is if it actually works at a playable frame rate. Now, the thing is, Monster Hunter World is not the only game to release an unoptimized dogshit version of their product, okay? We as gamers, like, especially if you were back in, like, 2007, 2008, like, that era of PC gaming, with the DRM, with the shitty technologies that would be released at that point, yeah, it was a bad time. But shortly after, I would say towards the tail end of PS3 360, I think we started to get a little bit better when it came to the PC gaming support. But now, I swear to God, I think we've regressed to the point of like 2004, 2003. I think we've regressed to a point where one would even question, why build a computer? Why even build PC gaming? In fact, why even go out and play some of these games on consoles when they're just as bad at times? Like, if you look at games like Mind's Eye, even if you played that shit on a PC, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, you were still getting a dick in the ass one way or the other, okay? It's just, maybe on one platform like the PC, you could get the dick in the ass at 60, 70 frames, whereas on the others, it's just gonna crash no matter what, okay? It is what it is. But this is the thing that I don't get, okay? Capcom has not released this standalone by itself, okay? This is a long-running thing for a company like Capcom. I distinctly remember with Dragon's Dogma 2, excited for that game, super duper ready. PC version ran like dog shit, and it still runs like dog shit. In fact, aside from Resident Evil, their games unanimously run like hot garbage on the PC. And this is the biggest IP they have. This is the most selling game. You would think out of any game that they would develop, this would be the one that gets all the attention. Again, I don't care so much about the content issues. I don't care about the game balancing. I'll let an actual Monster Hunter diehard explain that, okay? That's their realm. But I do care about this from like the consumer perspective. They are selling an actual broken game, and then they have the balls to slightly complain about the fact that, you know, these companies will just say, man, nobody's supporting our games. Nobody's buying any of these products. Maybe we have to shutter these IPs down the road. Looks like gamers just aren't interested in Monster Hunter, so to speak. It's not that gamers aren't interested. How is it that companies are actively just still releasing the most broken software that you could ever imagine? All without like ever expecting. I was remembering like with Mind's Eye when it came out, like a few days after it released, even the company behind it was like, oh my God, guys, we are absolutely shocked that the game is having performance problems. How? How do you not run this at your offices and come to a realization that maybe we should not release the game? You know, I really feel like games have a first, I guess you could say, like impressions mentality. Like if your release and the subsequent weeks that follow it are not good and gravy, your game is going to absolutely die and wither. And it's going to take a lot of effort. Like we're talking Cyberpunk 2077's No Man's Sky level of effort and commitment to even try and turn that around. Like, those games are kind of the exception. They are certainly not the norm in this industry. Now, again, to go to Monster Hunter Wilds, like, it's a game that looks pretty, but again, I just played through, like, I didn't finish Death Stranding 2, but I've played, like, probably 20 to 30 hours now of that game, And I'll tell you right now, without half the technologies this game is relying on, like ray tracing and frame generation, somehow that game not only looks sharper, but better than what's going on here. And I know somebody's gonna go, but that's an open world that's really dead, Muda. It's got nothing going on. And I'm just gonna tell you, brother, that's a holy cope right there if I've ever heard one. Not only does Death Stranding have actual like combat to go up with, but it's also running this game at a higher average resolution than the PlayStation. Now, from what I understand, Monster Hunter Wilds is running at around 1080p, and it uses upscaling technology to get to whatever your display is. But on performance mode, it can drop as low as like 720p. So again, we're kind of touching at worst those PS3 level like resolutions. But it runs smooth because we had to crank everything down to the point where it's literally at least 2 generations behind what it should currently be. And that's not okay. Like, that's not an answer to anything. That's not how optimization works. Optimization works when you look at your engine and you look at the limitations of that engine and you think, okay, if it's really successful at a slight open world at best Resident Evil game, how do we make sure we can achieve it with this seamless open world that is Monster Hunter? If you can't manage to make that work, then maybe delaying the game is an important part, because if it doesn't work well across the board, and this is just, again, I want to stress, it's not just a PC thing. I think the turnout on console isn't even that good either, right? And I played this on a PS5. It's not exactly the craziest good looker. If anything, during battle, it can get smeary. The only reason I ended up even buying it on PS5 in the first place is due to the fact that it runs at a better overall a frame rate. And unlike PC, I know that at least the stutters here were going to be non-existent, as opposed to a stutter problem that is still a huge issue across modern PC games. Art of actually optimizing your game has become completely dead and ridden, okay? I'm not going to blame, certain technologies entirely, even though I just kind of did with ray tracing. There's still a lot of games that drop with these technologies like Cyberpunk that do take advantage pretty well. But at least when it comes to companies like Capcom, something with their engine, something with how they implement this stuff just does not fly. And it hasn't flown since this game dropped in February. And if anything, they just actively refuse to fix any of this. Like, they're not even releasing any meaningful content for a game that's supposed to have meaningful content drip-fed months after the game's release. But it doesn't even matter. They could release the greatest boss fight. They could release the greatest amount of content with this game. But if you can't actually play it, even under the most expensive computers in the market right now, because this game stutters, when your game shits itself more than somebody with chronic loose motions or something, like on a daily basis, then it doesn't matter how good of an update you release or how great of a boss fight that comes out. That is something that I think needs to be addressed. And I feel like for a lot of gamers that have spent money on this and are just actively complaining, I really feel like the best way I guess you can kind of do with this is probably raise the stakes, or maybe not even buy another expansion that's coming out this way. There's a reason why I didn't even buy this game on PC, and it's simply because I knew the writing on the wall that Capcom did not care about releasing a proper product.
Yeah.
And even on the PS5, like, it's not perfect, but at least it's far better than the stuttering messes that you could get on PC. Again, it's just a baffling reminder as to how companies create this kind of stuff, and then they don't bother fixing it. And then down the road, there's complaints about gamers not being interested. Like, Doc, can you blame the actual gamer here? Like, can you blame somebody that came home, spent, like, their hard-earned money, and then got treated to a piece of software that cannot even properly function across all sets of hardware? That is the stuff we need to be talking, man. And I'm not even getting into the entire discussion of things like DRM, like de novo, which limits me from using this game across multiple sets of actual, like, hardware, all because that's just their arbitrary restriction. Like, bro, if I want to run this on multiple computers or even try to run this on my Steam Deck, as stupid as that idea is, I should be allowed to. Simply because I bought my game, I should be allowed to just connect to the internet, since I already signed into my Steam account actively. I should be...
You know what Steam should do? Steam really should just ban any game that has DRM, regardless if it's online multiplayer or if it's a single player game. And Steam should really have a hey, if your game cannot run on Linux, your game's not allowed on our platform. That should be the golden rule. That should be the golden rule.
Allowed to run this game all day, every day. Why is it that not only are they selling me a license, but they're selling me the most invasively annoying license imaginable? You know, this is one of those things where, like, I've just been watching it from the sidelines. Like, I'm somebody that has tried to really get into Monster Hunter, and I play Monster Hunter. Like, it's not that I don't. I've been playing this franchise since the PSP days. I just have not been, like, the most active player. But I thought that was going to change with Monster Hunter Wilds. It unfortunately has not. And if anything, it's the one game that, for a lot of my friends who do actually play this, especially my friends on the PC, it's just one of the most awful experiences out there. And you know, it'd be one thing if this was a free-to-play game, but it is not. It is a fucking full-priced release. And they just won't fix it. It's actually insane. Anyways, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. Man, I tell you what, dude, gaming is... Buy good games like System Shock 2. They're not only cheaper, but thank God they run better. Even if you want to play something recent, buy the System Shock remake, man. Buy Shadows, buy anything else. Just don't buy the PC game made by a multi-million, billion-dollar company. Somehow still can't manage to optimize it.
You know what's the major issue I have with games that are released nowadays? Games are not released for the players. Games are released for the shareholders. So if a game doesn't sell, the entire studio is axed, basically. And especially with the DRM and microtransactions, that's why I went back to retro games or retro gaming. At least with that, I actually own the games. Well, own with an asterisk, since I technically just went through my my library of games, and then just searching it, and just search the C's for a digital copy of a 20 to 30-year-old game as of today. Not as of, like, 20 to 30. The game is around, the games I own are around 20 to 30 years old as of today, basically. How's everyone's day been? And things going well? Well, yeah. Alright.
As you're probably well aware, the SAG-AFTRA voice actor strike was well and truly over a couple of weeks ago. But that didn't stop a lot of Genshin voice actors still striking in solidarity. Even though Genshin was never really impacted by the strike itself, people were still withholding voice actor work. And Paperback Boy here, if you don't remember, is the person who conducted the interview with Karina, where Karina went on to say that they would not be voicing Paimon until Hoyoverse signed the SAG Interactive Interim Agreement. That obviously didn't happen, and they were recast. But there's a brand new video uploaded yesterday called Genshin VAs are giving up on SAG-AFTRA amid fears of recast. And I'm very, very curious on what this pertains to, considering Christian, voice actor for Toma, is likely the topic of conversation, and I've had a lot of interactions with Christian in the past. And I think he's a great guy, so I'm really hoping this is a good video. Let's take a look.
Like I said, boys, the Genshin Impact VAs that were striking in solidarity with SAG are literally rushing back en masse, begging for the callback, trying to get their jobs back at Genshin, knowing that Genshin is not reaching out to them, and they are panicking. They are. But
well, of course they are. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Genshin is one of the biggest games of all time, and it is absolutely a huge plus to be a voice actor for Genshin Impact. And I'm not surprised that Hoyo aren't reaching out at this point, considering how long this collective work refusal has been going on for.
But boys, you know, I don't normally miss it. And whenever I do, I own up to it. Okay, I really do.
Okay.
Now with Christian Bonis, I know that you guys saw the video where I went after him a little bit, strictly.
I actually didn't see that video.
For striking in solidarity solidarity for SAG, but this seems to be a voice actor in the space that I have overlooked for being a genuinely at least decent person.
Thank God. I'm gonna keep it a putt that I was really hoping that's where this was going. Okay, good.
Now they might have decided to join the strike in solidarity with SAG-AFTRA, but that does not take away the effect of them actually being able to take that into account, to take accountability.
So here's the thing. I think a lot of voice actors are actually lured into this SAG-AFTRA strike under false pretenses, whether part of the union or not. I think originally people did believe the fact that it was all about AI, but then obviously it came out that Genshin was never actually affected by it, the AI protections were there, and people were still are refusing work. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
And actually understand that they went wrong, that they might lose one of the biggest, career VA jobs that they've ever had, career VA opportunities that they've ever had. Because if you guys don't know this, Genshin is a major, and I mean major role for any voice actor that there is. If you get hired on by Hoyoverse, you basically have a tenure. You are literally solidified in the voice acting space. But
that's exactly what I'm saying.
By getting a job at,
and it's not even just because Genshin Impact is one of the largest games in the current market in the world. It's also because, listen, a lot of people are...
Like I said, boys, the Genshin Impact VA protections, and whenever it all came out that they weren't, they all wanted to come back, and then they got threatened with blacklisting. Now I won't say all, obviously there was a lot, but where I messed up is I lumped Christian Bonis in with the other VAs like Brianna Knickerbocker, who were literally attacking Jacob Takanashi, and also were very vocal and vitriolic towards the fan base while they were striking Genshin. But it seems that Christian Bonis here is actually a genuine dude, so I wanted to go over this and show you guys this as a way to basically apologize to him, to make sure that y'all know that he is not lumped in with these people. Thank you, TT. I formally shared my intent to record, and I hope I'm allowed to still. See, this is what I mean. This is what people don't get. A lot of people try to say that the Hoyo fan base, they say that my fan base, my viewers, are literally an echo chamber, that the Hoyo shills, no matter what, will always side with me or any other content creator that's covering this, any drama tuber. It will never side with the VAs, and they're just so hateful. Dude, I got so much flack just for saying this, just for saying that the VAs that were coming back, saying that they wanted that callback, were desperate for the callback, because they absolutely are. They realized that they messed up, and they went back in because it was a major role for them, and they lost it. They chose to strike in solidarity. Now, this might have been under threat list from SAG-AFTRA, but what a lot of people don't understand is a union work only represents 20% of voice acting work, and SAG-AFTRA is only one union, so it's a lot smaller than that. Now, SAG-AFTRA might be a major union, and you could get some major roles. For a lot of these VAs like Christian Bonis, it's just not happening from SAG-AFTRA. It's not going to happen for them. That happens for people like Kaylee Mills, okay, and Sean Chiplock, who voices Deluke, who is also a very bad person. But for a lot of these VAs or these up-and-coming VAs that just now landed these major roles and then took part in the collective work refusal, took part in the standing by SAG and all that, before even realizing that it was a major mistake, they are begging for that callback, and they're just not getting it. But Christian Bonis here, I'm actually hoping that he does. I don't know if Hoyoverse will actually trust any of these SAG-AFTRA voice actors anymore after this. But I'm hoping that at least Christian Bonis will get his call back, because listen to this. I hope I'm allowed to still. Hoyo staff and fans have been amazing to me. It broke my damn heart not recording. I understand if they move on. I get it. I miss Thama, and I would be blessed to continue voicing him. Now, this is somebody that understands accountability, understands what they did, understands that them striking in solidarity could have just ruined their entire voice acting career, because they are not as big as people like Kaylee Mills and Karina Butker, and also Sean Chiplock. But this dude actually seems like he gets.
There's two major reasons why Karina Bodegger, no, I'm just gonna go with the flow. There's two reasons why Karina Bodegger got got replaced. One, she refused to voice Paimon because she was quote unquote striking in solidarity, as he was saying. Two, she's not striking because SAG-AFTRA, she was striking for her own reasons. And three, she was going after the community. She was literally going. Sorry. I had to play devil's advocate for this specific part. After that, no more devil's advocate. Basically, she's going after the Genshin community. So in turn, she was going after Hoyo's flow of money. And when you affect a company's bottom line, they will axe you. No shit that Karina got replaced or got recasted. It affected Hoyo's bottom line, so Karina got axed.
He really does. Why would they even replace you, though, if the VA has the intent to record the lines? I really want Thama to be voiced again by you. At the end of the day, I'm just someone who provides a service. That service happens to be voice acting. I withheld that service, and the client has every right to find someone to perform that service. I'm thankful there's even a role to possibly return to. Now, this is one of the most based fucking paper VAs that I have seen in a while. This is the kind of response that we need from these VAs. Now, this is what I think would be best, right? If Christian Bonis actually gets a call back from Hoyo, actually gets accepted back at Hoyoverse, I think that he should actually leave SAG. I absolutely do. I think SAG is a very, very dangerous and threatening union. I think behind the scenes, the SAG-AFTRA mafia, you guys know how they are, okay? This is not a healthy environment to try to further your career in, okay? You got people like Sean Chiplock who have done some very, very shady things in the past, and Kaylee Mills and Karina Butker. I mean, these kind of people, and obviously Zeke Alton, who's on
Karina Butker,
negotiating committee. These kind of people try to blacklist other VAs, try to threaten them into doing what they want. It's not a healthy place to try to further your career. But here, this person says, "My heart, I find your positivity in so many situations so admiring. In all honesty, hope you can come back, and whatever happens, I wish you more successful future." Absolutely. Thanks, Duad. Also, dang, how have you been? It's been a hot minute, and I appreciate it. Truly, I know there's those who believe I should be recast, but because I withheld service, and they honestly are super valid, which is why I'm thankful to even be in this position. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean whenever I say we need more voice actors like this, because Brianna Knickerbocker, I went harder on Christian Bonis than I did her. I went harder on this dude than I did her, and that's why I'm saying I don't usually miss it, but I missed it here. I was 1,000% right about them begging for that callback and switching up and giving up on what they were doing, specifically because they realized that they were about to lose major roles. But people like Christian Bonis, who are replaceable, unlike Brianna Knickerbocker, who voices Hu Tao, Christian Bonis is more of a replaceable character, and they absolutely might try to do that. And yes, they would be within their right, but someone like Christian Bonis is a much more professional, at least accepting accountability voice actor than someone like Brianna. This is what I mean. She is someone that avidly attacked Jacob Takanashi. She said very vitriolic remarks toward Jacob Takanashi, called him a scab, basically said that he should have taken the role uncredited along with Kaylee Mills. She was a part of that clique that attacked Kanish's new VA. Now, she obviously was striking in solidarity with SAG until Kaylee Mills and Karina Butker got recast, and she literally flipped a switch like that. It was like a light switch just turned on, and she immediately accepted her rollback. Now, obviously, the strike ending did not mean that anything happened at Genshin. There have been no updates with Genshin at all. The strike had no effect on Genshin. Genshin already had AI protections, already paid at union rates. They were striking in solidarity with SAG as a PR move, which is obviously the case with the rest of these VAs wanting to come back now that the strike is finally over. over. To put it into perspective, Sean Chiplock had this to say. Down here he says SAG-AFTRA has no legal jurisdiction over Genshin voiceover as the game is not union. Most unvoiced characters are such because of a collective work refusal, i.e. an unofficial effort by multiple cast members to require specific accommodations before they will return to work. And up here he's responding to that saying Genshin cast members independently chose to join the effort to ask for better protections on the project, and it is up to them independently if they want to return without them. Now that the strike is over, of course, because during the strike, people like Erica Harlacher, who are FICOR, who wanted to return to work, were literally getting threatening letters from SAG-AFTRA to remain with the collective work refusal. And down here he states, as a non-union project, Genshin does not get the SAG-AFTRA benefit agreements. What kind of benefits do you get for signing with SAG-AFTRA? You tell me. You lose your right to basically hire whatever VA that you want. You literally have to, you lose your right to be able to use AI in the future, and you have to pay the, not only are you already paying at union rates, but then you would have to add on paying SAG-AFTRA along with that for them to tell you what VA you can hire. Absolutely insane.
And Smug Alana was right. Smug Alana is right. SAG-AFTRA is basically the voice acting mafia. Yeah, and I agree. They are basically a mafia. They are a corporate mafia. There's no way around it.
This was in response to him saying no SAG-AFTRA strike ending does not mean the Genshin strike is ending, obviously. And this is whenever he stated, I have no intentions of quitting as Diluc. I cherish the role and enjoy getting to be a part of that world. Furthermore, any comments suggesting I lost passion, stopped caring, etc. are blatantly false and misguided. I am only asking to have protections against AI written into the contract I am signing. So he has no intention of quitting Diluc. He knows that he could get recasted. He just...
Here's a pro tip for anyone doing contract work. Before you sign any contract, get a legal expert on the case first. Ask them, hey, are there any legal protections against AI, and are there protections against AI in this contract? Because even though it's expensive, it's fucking worth it in the end.
Just doesn't care. He's planning to strike in solidarity still. Diluc is planning to continue to do so, and I hope that he does.
Yep. No. Let's see what's available on YouTube. Let's see what recommendation is gonna recommend me. Wait a minute. Google? Are you literally bottling the fucking website? Hey FTC, can you sue Google again, please? They're doing severe anti-consumer practices again, even though they promised not to do it ever again. There we go. Where should we? Ooh.
So a lot of people in the Genshin community would have probably heard about the controversy surrounding this random French rapper Roshi, who had literally been putting Genshin music in the background of one of their songs titled C'est Moi, copyrighting it, and then issuing content ID claims on many other creators' videos off the back of it. even to the point where the OG song uploaded by Hoyo's actual composer Yu Peng Chen was also hit by the Content ID claim and was geo-blocked in several regions when it.
Oh no. You know what that means? That means Hoyo can get their legal team and go after him directly. Then he'll be screwed. I like Hoyoverse themselves, but like the parent company that owns Hoyoverse is gonna go after them. Oh, they didn't know that Hoyoverse is actually owned by a bigger company? You're fucked.
It really
Because they are the Chinese equivalent of Nintendo ninjas. You are super fucked.
shouldn't be. The song they used to claim these Content ID infringements is one titled Slight Distress. I can't play it here since I don't want to give their label another chance to Content ID claim yet another video, and as someone who already hates rap music by default, hearing this French nuthead somehow any copyright on their soundtracks, or at least any copyright that would experience, you should be able to see that sounds and character shifting sounds, all while I and then Olivia said, or even a clue on how to actually deal with the issue in hand. It should be pretty bad considering the fact they literally legit just put the entirety of the song one-to-one, no changes, in the background of the track. So hopefully any arguments of it being fair use can be thrown out of the window, especially when the first 15 seconds of the song is just slight distress with nothing else being put or changed within it. It's just a bit shocking that they were willing to take the risk to do this. Like, have some of these people learned nothing from the SAG-AFTRA situation? That's all I have for today.
For anyone who doesn't know, Hoyoverse is actually owned by a bigger company. They're basically the Chinese equivalent of Nintendo ninjas. So whoever this artist is, they are not just super fucked, they are ultra fucked. They don't care who you are, who you think you are, they will go after you. And they will drain your banking account. They're the type of company who will drag the fucking lawsuit into the ground. You are ultra fucked. I actually feel bad for you. I actually feel bad for you. There's a dream, you're gonna giving up, blah blah blah. How the heck is food? I think
August 2015.
I don't think I've heard of this, but I haven't seen this specific this channel covering it specifically. I think I've seen 2 or 3 channels covering it. They're gonna be spewing the same thing. I think I haven't heard of this company, this channel covering it.
A married man wakes up to find his name and secret fantasies plastered across the internet. By noon, his wife is gone. His boss knows. His life is in free fall. He's not alone. 37 million names have just been exposed. A pastor in Louisiana is found dead by his own hand. A suicide note mentioning his shame. A famous reality TV star issues a public confession and disappears from the spotlight. Politicians, CEOs, actors, all exposed. How did a website built on secrecy become a weapon? And why did they decide to destroy millions of lives? Ashley Madison was a dating site.
Why did they decide to destroy millions of lives? I don't know. Maybe they were cheating on their spouses. They were cheating on their fucking partners. What? How's that a fucking question? I know that's supposed to be clickbait. I know that's it's supposed to be clickbait, but still.
With a single scandalous purpose, to enable affairs. Its slogan proudly taunted, "Life is short, have an affair." Founded in 2001 by a happily married entrepreneur, Noel Biderman, the site tapped into a
Happily married and you put happily married and cheating together. That's a scam. That's a scam. It's too good to be true. It's a scam.
infidelity and thrived. By 2015, it boasted nearly 40 million users worldwide and was raking in profits. It even mulled a $200 million IPO, as if infidelity could be taken public on the stock exchange. Business was booming, but beneath the success lay deception. Critics called Ashley Madison a business built on broken hearts, profiting from marital betrayal. And the critics weren't wrong. The company charged users $19 for a full delete of their profiles, a paid purge for guilty consciences, and made $1.7 million a year from it. But there was an ugly twist. Behind the glossy ads and promise of discreet encounters, Ashley Madison hid secrets of its own. Inside those databases, something was off. The odds were too good to be true. Millions of men finding willing partners effortlessly? In reality, the vast majority of Ashley Madison's female profiles were fake. Internal leaks revealed 70,000 female chatbots, scripted seduction to keep men paying. These bots sent millions of flirty messages, seducing paying customers with illusions. Almost every time a man thought he was chatting with an eager woman, he was really flirting with a phantom. The real women were few and far between. Only a tiny fraction of female accounts showed any human activity. Ashley Madison wasn't just enabling cheaters, it was cheating its own clients. For years, none of this was public. Husbands and wives around the world trusted the site to guard their lies. The company's CEO, Noel Biderman, bragged about his success and insisted he was providing a valuable service to frustrated spouses. The illusion held for years. Then, in summer 2015, the hackers arrived. And they weren't after money. They were after blood. So who were they? July 2015, an alarm spreads through the Toronto headquarters of Ashley Madison's parent company, Avid Life Media. Hackers have breached their system, and this isn't a typical cybercrime. A mysterious group, the Impact Team, posts a shocking ultimatum: shut down Ashley Madison forever, or we will leak everything. They claim to have stolen the entire user database, financial records, internal emails, the keys to the adulterous kingdom. Ashley Madison's executives were thunderstruck, but they didn't back down. Within 24 hours of the hack, the company issued defiant press releases vowing to stay online. They claimed to have closed the hackers' access points and even offered to delete accounts for free as a gesture of goodwill. Behind the scenes, they called in law enforcement and cybersecurity firms. The message to the hackers was essentially, "We're not surrendering." Avid Life Media and CEO Noel Biderman seemed to think it was a bluff they could ride out. They had too much to lose by shutting down. Ashley Madison kept the lights on and hoped the storm would blow over. For a moment, it looked like it might. After the initial breach in July, weeks passed quietly. The media moved on. Maybe the Impact Team got cold feet, but then came a proof of life. On July 21st, the hackers leaked a teaser sample of Ashley Madison user records. Names, emails, credit card transactions, all real. Just 2,500 of the 37 million to show they weren't bluffing. Panic set in at the company. Still, they publicly denied their core database was compromised. It was a classic delay tactic. Ashley Madison doubled down, refusing to meet the hackers' demand. All the while, the Impact Team was preparing a doomsday device. Mid-August 2015, 1 month after their warning, the hackers made good on it. In the dark recesses of the internet, a Tor-hidden website, a link appeared. It was a data dump like none before. 10 gigabytes of compressed Ashley Madison data. To prove authenticity, the hackers even included a cryptographic PGP signature. It's real. It's all real. When decompressed, it expanded to a staggering 60 gigabytes of internal files, a trove of user account details, credit card transactions, hashed passwords, private profiles and messages, even internal company emails. On August 18, 2015, the bomb went off. The Impact Team pulled the trigger and dumped the stolen database onto the
Big
dark web for all to
oof.
see. Ashley Madison's time was up. The instant the files hit the web, pandemonium set in. Within hours, data-savvy users and journalists worldwide downloaded the torrent. Though buried on the dark web, the leak spread like wildfire, mirrored on file-sharing sites, traded in forums, dissected on social media. Ashley Madison's promise of secrecy had evaporated in a single night. 37 million names tens of millions of secrets. Now they were public. So who would be exposed? The morning after the leak, countless people awoke to their worst nightmare. The private sins they thought they'd take to the grave were now public record. The leaked database contained an astonishing level of detail. Real names, email addresses, home addresses, purchase histories, and even sexual preferences and fantasies users had listed on the site. It was a voyeur's treasure chest and a blackmailer's dream. Almost immediately, opportunists tried to
That's
exploit
the
it.
largest.
Spin-off scams sprang up, offering to delete.
That was the world's most powerful. I think hand shivers. The world's largest karma in history.
Delete your info from the leak for a fee, or claiming to provide search tools, only to infect the curious with malware. Inboxes of leaked users filled with extortion emails demanding Bitcoin in exchange for silence. There was nowhere to hide. As tech experts and journalists parsed the data, ugly truths emerged. For one, Ashley Madison's database revealed that almost none of the female profiles were real or active. Out of 5.5 million supposed female accounts, only about 0.2% had ever used the site regularly. The rest were largely dormant or fake, confirming suspicions that Ashley Madison had seeded its service with tens of thousands of fembot fake accounts to entice male customers. The hackers hadn't just exposed the user's deceit, they exposed the company's deceit as well. Men had been paying small fortunes to flirt with phantoms. This revelation only poured fuel on the fire, proof that Ashley Madison was built on a lie. And then came the names. As volunteers and journalists sifted the dump, they began matching email addresses to real identities. Nobody was spared. Civil servants, military personnel, doctors, school teachers, even thousands of .gov and .mil official addresses showed up in the logs. Suddenly, government and military employees found themselves potential targets for
Bigger oof.
their security clearances in jeopardy. In countries like...
Have you seen yeah, I've seen Has-Been Hotel. I watched the season 1 on Amazon Prime. It's pretty good. Pretty good show, and especially the end the last episode had me in tears. Yeah, pretty much. After now, it finally clicked in my head. I've seen this video before. Fun fact about my ADHD. I could watch a 10-minute video, and then let's just say give it maybe either about 6 months to a year or more, and I end up forgetting that I ever watched it.
Saudi Arabia, where adultery can carry the death penalty, the leak put lives at risk. The impact team had effectively painted a giant target on the backs of millions. The media had a field day. Prominent public figures were outed one after another. Josh Duggar, the conservative reality TV star and family values crusader, was revealed as an Ashley Madison client who had spent nearly $1,000 on the site. Sam Rader, a Christian YouTuber known for wholesome family vlogs, confessed that he'd had an account. Even political figures and international celebrities were accused of involvement, though in some cases, like that of Hunter Biden, the emails linked to them may have been used without their consent. Each new name turned the leak into a spectacle of public shaming. Late-night comedians cracked jokes, while tabloids splashed "cheater exposed" headlines across their pages. But for those on the list, it was anything but a joke. It was panic.
Hey, I just want to say that I'm definitely going to be looking. I am definitely looking for moderators for. Well, I'm covered on Twitch, but I'm looking for moderators on YouTube and Kick.
Some rushed to deny or explain. It wasn't me. Someone must have set up an account with my email. Others went silent, watching their lives unravel online.
Oof.
As the real-world fallout set in, the hack's true cost became apparent. Spouses confronted spouses. Divorce lawyers cleared their schedules. One New Orleans pastor, a respected seminary professor, was outed in the leak, and just days later he tragically took his own life, unable to bear the shame. And he was not the only one. Within a week of the dump, Toronto police announced they were investigating 2 suicides potentially linked to the Ashley Madison breach. The press conference was surreal. Law enforcement pleading for the hacker community's help in catching the impact team, while also begging people not to victimize the victims any further. This was uncharted territory, a data breach so personal, so catastrophic, that it was literally killing people.
Why do I have a sudden feeling that someone someone just breached kick servers? I don't know, maybe it's just me.
The secrets had detonated. Lives were ending. But could the hackers behind it really disappear forever? In the aftermath, a multi-agency investigation kicks off on 2 continents. The FBI in the US and the RCMP in Canada joined forces to hunt the perpetrators of the Ashley Madison hack, but they're chasing ghosts. The impact team covered their tracks well. No obvious fingerprints, no brazen claims of credit on Twitter. After the data drops, the hackers simply vanish into the ether of the internet. Leads are sparse. Noel Biderman's early hunch about a rogue insider gives investigators one theory. Perhaps a disgruntled employee or someone with inside access had both motive and opportunity. Ashley Madison's own security team and hired experts combed through logs, finding a few hints but nothing conclusive. Was it an inside job by someone morally outraged, or an outside hacker who penetrated the weak defenses? One cybersecurity lecturer publicly speculates it had to be someone on the inside, given the breach's sophistication. Law enforcement interviews Avid Life media staff, and even some of their tech contractors. Names float in rumor, but no one is arrested. Whoever the impact team is, they're either extremely lucky or extremely skilled at covering their trail. The only thing investigators have for certain is the manifesto and the data itself. The manifesto's tone suggests a self-righteous motive. The hackers never asked for money, only for Ashley Madison to shut down. This wasn't a typical cybercriminal extortion for profit. It was deeply personal, almost ideological. That makes it harder. You can't trace ransom payments or follow the money. All the authorities can do is keep digging and hope someone involved slips up and talks. Meanwhile, Ashley Madison, which rebrands its parent company to Ruby Life to shed the tainted image, faces its own reckoning. Lawsuits pile up from angry users whose data was exposed. A $576 million class action suit is filed on behalf of Canadian members. It will eventually be settled for a tiny fraction of that amount, but the PR damage is done. In 2006,
whenever there's a lawsuit happening, or whenever you have to sue a company for something, do not settle. Do not ever settle. Unless you're financially in position that you have to settle, then here's a trick. Settle, then invest all that money into whatever stock, gain, and then make profit off that stock. Get a legal team to dig further into the same company you sued. Hopefully you find out there's more shady things happening and sue them again.
2017, the Federal Trade Commission in the US finds that Ashley Madison failed to secure user data and even deceived consumers with fake profiles and false security claims. The company agrees to an FTC settlement, paying fines and vowing to reform. They even start advertising that they've added more women and improved security, a strange attempt at a comeback. Noel Biderman.
Add more women. We added more fembots.
The founder and CEO resigns in disgrace within days of the breach going public. The king of infidelity disappears from the spotlight. It turns out he had his own embarrassments in those leaked emails. apparently seeking affairs despite his public persona of marital bliss. New management takes over and insists the site will go on.
It was literally in the advertisement. It was literally in the fucking advertisement. What do you mean? What do you mean, secret? Oh my god.
Astonishingly, Madison does survive. Incredibly, millions signed up after the hack, perhaps drawn by curiosity or the notion that lightning won't strike the same place twice. The site even claims to have more users than before, though such numbers invite an eye roll given their past exaggerations. As for the Impact team, to this day their identity remains an enigma. No arrests, no public unmasking. It's as if they were a phantom that rose to deliver punishment and then evaporated. Theories abound. A lone wolf hacker with a moral vendetta? A hacktivist collective making a statement about privacy and fidelity? Or an insider with a personal score to settle against Noel Biderman's company? The lack of closure only adds to the legend of this hack. The ripple effects of this data bomb changed how people think about privacy and secrets online. If even a company built on secrecy couldn't protect its trove of intimate data, who could? It was a stark warning. Any data we surrender, even to a service promising anonymity, can become a weapon against us.
Exactly. Get an ass. Do not sign up for anything unless you intend to make that service benefit you. Basically.
And this saga was not the last. But Ashley Madison wasn't the only target. To see how hackers stole the NSA's crown jewels and turned the hunters into the hunted, click here next.
Yeah, basically, you're fucked if you sign up for that. Anyways, let's see. I probably want to get one more video before we head off. Hacking World site.
October 2022, Michigan. A 13-year-old opens Roblox and freezes. His avatar is gone. His 100,000 Robux? Emptied. At the same moment, a Telegram bot sends a message. 100,000 Robux received, while the loot flips for $220 in crypto on a forum marketplace. The buyer? Anonymous. The seller? Another kid. It's not a glitch. It's a multi-million-dollar hacker economy that targets kids. But who's running it? And how close are they to you? Sunshine, rainbows, and Lego-like characters. On the surface, Roblox is a whimsical paradise. It's a platform where children adopt virtual pets, build theme parks, and play millions of games created by other users. With 65 million players logging in each day, Roblox isn't just a game, it's an empire. By 2023, that empire was valued at a staggering $68 billion. In fact, over half of all kids in the US have roamed Roblox's digital worlds. For a generation, Roblox is as common as Saturday morning cartoons were to their parents. But where kids go, opportunists follow. Every colorful item in Roblox, every cute pet, avatar outfit, or chunk of virtual currency called Robux has real monetary value. Parents' credit cards fuel countless Robux purchases. Rare in-game collectibles sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars.
Here's the thing, parents. If you give your kids some money to get some microtransactions, you are enabling their gambling addiction. I say, oh, I'm just giving him a gift and get a gift for his birthday. Don't. If it's microtransactions or anything digital, don't. Stick with physical media like physical video games, retro consoles, or whatever you can get your hands on. Do not ever do anything like digital.
Roblox even lets successful creators cash out their earned Robux for real money through an official exchange. It's a booming economy of play. But if a kid's account is worth real money, who's watching them? And how easy is it to take what they've built? And any booming economy, even a virtual one, attracts thieves. The same way pickpockets haunt a crowded carnival, hackers lurk in Roblox's most popular games. Where there's virtual gold, there are virtual bandits. At first glance, it's hard to imagine. The goofy avatars and kid-friendly chat filters hide a thriving black market. 10-year-olds trade pet dragons while in the shadows, criminals trade stolen accounts. In 2022, one of Roblox's cutesiest games, Adopt Me, became the scene of a cautionary tale. Players were warning each other about a user named Needleworker Jaded336. Do not trade with this person, one forum post pleaded. This seemingly friendly trader would approach kids privately with an amazing offer. He'd send a special link asking to add me as a friend. Eager to trade for a dream pet, kids clicked. The link looked just like a Roblox login, except it wasn't. It led to Roblox.com VU, a fake site crafted to steal their credentials. The moment an unsuspecting kid typed their username and password, their account was effectively gone. The scam was so common it had a name, Beaming. Kids would try to log in only to find their pets and rare items already transferred away. Roblox's cheerful world was becoming a testing ground for hackers, and the victims often didn't even realize what had happened. The playground had a dark secret. It was being overrun by digital pickpockets. And soon, stolen pets and passwords would be the least of anyone's worries. But who are these hackers? And what did they plan to do with a bunch of kids' gaming accounts? A 12-year-old girl named Alina sits at her computer past bedtime, her face lit by the glow of her Roblox screen. She's ecstatic. A well-known Roblox developer just messaged her offering a chance to star in his next game. All she has to do is help test a new avatar design tool. He sends friendly instructions with lots of smiley faces. Step 1. Open Roblox on her browser. Step 2. Press F12 to open some weird panel of code, the browser's developer console. Step 3. Click Save All as HAR file. Alina hesitates. This feels a bit techy, but the developer says it's the only way to render her avatar for the game. He even flatters her, "Your avatar style is awesome. I really want it in my game." Blushing from the praise, Alina uploads the mysterious .har file to a link he provides. In that instant, she hands a hacker the keys to her account. The .char file contains her Roblox login token, essentially a magic cookie that says, "I'm Alina, let me in." Roblox even includes a warning in that data. Warning, do not share this. Sharing this will allow someone to log in as you, and to steal your Robux and items. But Alina never saw it. The hacker on the other end loads her token into a browser using a secret plugin. A minute later, Alina's screen flickers. She's kicked out of her account. By the time she frantically tries to log back in, it's too late. Her avatar is standing naked in-game. Inventory emptied. All her cute pets in Adopt Me, her rare limited edition accessories, gone. The developer has vanished, along with everything she earned in 2 years of playing. They call this hackers beamers. And beamers operate boldly even inside Roblox games. A hacker named Maddox described his hunting strategy bluntly. "I go to servers
Hey,
with huge
Sky.
idiots, then message every single one of them," he says. If the target is a girl, the approach might be, "OMG, your avatar outfit is so cute. I can duplicate it for you, wanna try?" If it's a boy, "Yo, your avatar is sick. I got a plugin to make it even cooler. Interested?" Flattery and friendship can lower a kid's guard faster than any brute force attack. If one kid can be manipulated into clicking a fake link, how many others are being targeted right now? Some beamers get even more brazen. In one case, a skilled hacker sim swapped a Roblox developer, hijacking the phone number tied to the account to intercept the two-factor codes. With that, they changed the password and appropriated in, despite Roblox's security measures. Another scammer took a darker route. They bribed a Roblox employee for backdoor access to the user database, effectively getting an insider skeleton key. When manipulation fails, money and technical savvy step in. Inside secret Discord channels, beamers share methods like recipes in a cookbook. Some are so lucrative they're sold for cash or guarded jealously. "Don't leak it, you pussy," one hacker guide author snarled when someone asked for his beaming technique. In these circles, a working method to hack accounts is gold. And once an account is beamed, the mayhem begins. Hackers don't just steal items, they sometimes torment their victims. They deface profiles with taunting messages like "beamed by Exodus," repeated over and over. Some even record the aftermath. One group of hackers had the cruel habit of voice chatting with their victim over Discord, making fun of the crying child on the other end. They'd post these videos online, laughing as a kid sobbed over their lost account, sometimes telling the poor victim to go kill yourself. It's horrifying, heartless, and very real. By now, thousands of Roblox players, many just children, have felt the sting of being beamed. Over 500,000 accounts were reportedly compromised in one infamous wave. Roblox's support team is inundated with pleas. My account was hacked.
Jesus Christ, the amount of bots are on Kick. Holy fuck. What the fuck is going on?
All my Robux are gone, but recovery is an uphill battle. Often, by the time anyone responds, the goods have been taken away through untraceable trades. Stolen avatars and virtual pets are one thing, but where does it all go? And who's making real-world money off this hacks? In a dark corner of the internet, beyond the cheerful chaos of Roblox's official forums, lies an entire underground marketplace. Here, Roblox accounts and items are bought and sold like trading cards, but with real cash on the line. On a forum called Cracked.2, a user advertises 100 plus Roblox accounts, OG usernames, high-value items, cheap. On Telegram, a group chat named Robux Bank pings with daily listings. Selling 50,000 Robux, 50% off official price, PayPal only. Hundreds of eager buyers and sellers congregate, some kids looking for a deal, others professional criminals looking for profit. Stolen Roblox items and currency flow into these channels within minutes of a successful hack. Remember that yum?
Here's a fun fact. If anything has value, there will be a black market for it.
Face with serial 918 that got stolen. It reappeared for sale on Discord for Bitcoin. The thieves know exactly what they're doing. Roblox's rare items have real-world value. Limited edition accessories, exclusive pets from events long past, highly desired usernames. There are collectors willing to pay big to get them. If an item is too hot to sell on the same platform,
I guess waivers the one thing right is not implementing any trading system at all.
Platform it was stolen from, no problem. The black market has its own parallel infrastructure. Entire websites function as shadow brokers. They've set up marketplaces handling tens of thousands of transactions for Roblox goods. Think eBay, but for hacked virtual hats and swords.
Yep.
These sites take a cut of each sale, just like legitimate platforms, and often operate in the open with a thin veneer of plausible deniability. They might claim, these items are legitimately obtained, but everyone in the community knows that many were hacked or scammed from kids. One administrator of a popular underground market boasted anonymously that he handles at least $20,000 a month in Roblox item sales.
What the fuck?
The market is so large that even third-party gaming sites started noticing unusual trading spikes. It's a feeding frenzy. A stolen account loaded with rare items can fetch a nice price too. On sites like Eldorado or G2G,
What the
which are
fuck?
nominally legit marketplaces for game accounts, you'll find Roblox accounts advertised for $500, $1,000, sometimes more if they boast millions of Robux or
Okay.
rare collectibles.
Okay, Sky.
Meanwhile, on hacker forums like OG Users, notorious for trading stolen social media handles and gaming accounts, Roblox logins join the menu of illicit goods. A user with a reputation for cracking accounts might sell a bundle of 100 Roblox usernames and passwords harvested from data breaches or phishing for a lump sum. Buyers scoop these up, hoping to find one with valuable stuff to steal or just to take over old accounts for clout. It's the modern version of buying a batch of skeleton keys. For those who don't want the hassle of dealing with individual kids' accounts, there's the commodity trade, Robux themselves. Robux are the gold of Roblox, and on black markets you can buy them at a discount. How? Often, these Robux have dirty origins. Some come directly from hacked accounts or ill-gotten gift card codes. Others are generated by fraudulent purchases, bought with stolen credit cards at no cost to the seller, then resold for pure profit. If the seller got $100 worth of Robux with someone else's card, selling them for $50 still means $50 of free money in their pocket, and the buyer is happy getting cheap Robux, until Roblox's fraud detection possibly swoops in and removes the illicit currency from their account. A rude awakening many unlucky bargain hunters have faced. These kids aren't just being hacked. They're being turned into money mules, and they don't even know it. In these clandestine markets, everyone is trying to outsmart everyone else. Scammers scam other scammers. Buyers worry about getting ratted, an example, infected with malware by a seller. Sellers worry about undercover Roblox moderators or law enforcement infiltrating their chats. Forums like Cracked. To operate with elaborate reputation systems, trust is the currency, ironically, in a community built on theft.
Lol. And to as a precaution, and fuck brain can't brain. So what the fuck? I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot. Anyways, if this is why I don't trust any kind of marketplace. Ironically, I bought stuff from the Minecraft marketplace, and I have bought stuff from Essentials marketplace quite a number of years ago actually. So that old ass card is already gone. It's already expired, and I haven't even logged into any Essentials Minecraft for a good while now.
Telegram groups vanish overnight if they suspect they've been exposed, only to reappear under a new name the next day. The Roblox black market thrives on the very thing that makes Roblox proper successful: community. Except this community has flipped the wholesome script. Here, the best developers aren't those making hit games, they're those developing the sneakiest scams. The rarest limited items aren't treasured collectibles. They're stolen goods moving quickly from hand to hand. And behind it all, some are realizing that Robux can be more than just play money. In the right hands, it can be laundered money. The stage is set for Roblox to become an unexpected player in organized cybercrime, because virtual currency was never meant to leave the game. Robux were meant for fun, but now they're being used to launder money. So how long until the next big scam turns Roblox into a real-world crime scene? On a balmy evening in June 2023, federal agents in California tracked an unusual money trail. It didn't lead through offshore bank accounts or shady Bitcoin mixers. It led through Roblox. A tip had surfaced. Criminals were using Robux to wash illegitimate money. It sounded like a joke. But as the investigators dug in, they uncovered something very real and very alarming. In a court filing that year, Roblox Corporation admitted it had a problem. At least 311 user accounts were suspected of engaging in money laundering via in-game currency. These weren't just kids making mischief. They were moving large sums of money through buying and selling items in Roblox. How? By using stolen financial info to purchase Robux and then converting those Robux back to cash or crypto. Essentially, turning dirty money into pretend money, and then cashing out the pretend money as clean money. Here's a typical operation. A fraudster obtains a list of stolen credit card numbers from the dark web. They go on Roblox and create several new accounts or hijack a few existing ones. They might even create a simple Roblox game or item that can be purchased for a high price. Using the stolen cards, they buy huge amounts of Robux on those accounts, or purchase that dummy item repeatedly, funneling Robux into a specific account they control. Now Roblox's system shows that account legitimately earned a ton of Robux, either through game sales or item sales. If the fraudster is really savvy, that account is enrolled in Roblox's official developer exchange program which lets them cash out Robux for USD at a fixed rate. Roblox cuts them a check or a PayPal transfer, thinking it's paying a game developer their earnings, when in reality, it's laundering stolen money. Voila. Stolen.
Here's what works. Zai! Hey Zio, how are you? Welcome. Just now I'm watching a YouTube video about the Roblox black market. So yeah, how you been? Yeah. I drawing again. Yeah, I was drawing. That was the one first thing I did when I started stream today. I just drew for about an hour and a half. I even posted the art practice result on my Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm really proud of how it turned out, and I'm probably gonna be continuing to practice as much as I can. So yeah, because I'm trying to build up my art skills so I can one day do art commissions. These three on the camera. Yeah. I hope you get well soon, Zai. I hope you get well soon. I hope you get well soon. Get well soon. Everyone, Zio is the cutest cutie. I just said that on 3 platforms at once. Yes, I am triple streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Anyway, yeah, nice. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yay. Thank you. My brain tired. Why am I so feminine when I'm tired? I don't understand. Anyways, yeah. I can continue watching this. But yeah, feel free to lurk and watch with me.
Credit card funds have been transformed into a clean paycheck from Roblox. Roblox was designed.
Oh, you know, I remember what I was gonna say. Why do companies keep on using PayPal? Oh, fucking hell. My phone decided to fucking drop on my keyboard again. Stream elements. Oh yeah, my stream elements. Notifying everyone I have a throne wish list. Definitely no other throne wish list, Amazon wish list, general wish list that's in my Discord. No other wish list though. Definitely no other wish list.
To reward creativity.
All right.
So how did it become a pipeline for criminal cash? Even without the developer exchange, criminals use player-to-player trades to achieve a similar result. They'll buy expensive limited items with dirty Robux on one account, then trade those items to a clean account. The clean account sells the items for Robux, and then maybe that one cashes out. These roundabout transactions make it hard to trace the original illicit purchase. In the end, Roblox might detect the initial fraudulent credit card buys and ban some accounts, but by then the value has hopped to a new host like a virus changing bodies. One example,
or like a worm.
In a class action lawsuit, Roblox had to settle for $7.5 million over a controversy of content deletion. And in the settlement docs, they revealed they wouldn't compensate certain affected users because those accounts had each spent over $1,000 in suspicious ways. Translation: those accounts were likely part of money laundering or fraud schemes, so they lost the right to claim damages. At least $300,000 of Robux purchases in that case were potentially tied to illicit activity. And that's likely just the tip of the iceberg. Think about it. Roblox is a perfect laundering tool in many respects. Its
Exactly.
primary users, kids, are largely ignorant of sophisticated fraud which provides cover. The platform deals in a semi-closed economy. Robux aren't tracked by banking regulators, and only Roblox Corporation oversees transactions. Until recently, nobody in government was paying much attention to whether terrorist organizations or cyber gangs might be moving funds through video games. And for the criminals, Robux has one big advantage over Bitcoin. It's stable. 100,000 Robux is officially worth $350 USD via the developer exchange. That rate doesn't fluctuate wildly like crypto. It's almost like a fixed exchange rate currency, courtesy of Roblox Corp. By 2024, even the US government started waking up to this odd reality. There were rumblings about whether Robux should be regulated or taxed like a virtual asset. Law enforcement cases have hinted at Fortnite's V-Bucks and Roblox's Robux being used to launder money from stolen credit cards. Organized crime rings appreciate anything that helps them obscure money trails, and a kid's game was the last place anyone would look, at least until now. Behind closed doors, Roblox's security team is constantly fighting this menace. They ban waves of accounts associated with fraudulent purchases. They monitor large trades and DevEx cash-outs for red flags. But the schemes evolve as fast as a new game update. It's a cat-and-mouse game between tech-savvy criminals and the platform trying to preserve its wholesome image. And caught in this fight, often unknowingly, are the kids. Kids like 14-year-old Jason, who was thrilled to find a website selling 10,000 Robux for only $30, a bargain, since Roblox sells that amount for about $100. Jason begged his mom to let him buy this cheap Robux online. Mom reluctantly agreed, thinking she was getting a deal. What she actually got was a headache. The seller delivered Robux to Jason's account, sure. But a week later, Roblox's fraud team detected those Robux came from a stolen credit card, wiped them from Jason's account, and suspended him for participating in fraudulent transactions. The kid was effectively punished for being a victim of a scam. Meanwhile, the scammer likely made off with mom's $30 and moved on to the next mark. For every Jason, there's another child unknowingly helping a criminal launder money, simply by trying to save a few bucks on Robux, or by completing jobs in exchange for payouts that are actually stolen funds. It's an ugly twist. Children's innocence turned into a tool for crime. The criminals think they're untouchable behind screens and kid-friendly avatars. But what happens when the police knock? And it's the kid who answers the door.
Oof.
Late one night, a father tiptoes into his son's room. He finds the 11-year-old sobbing into his pillow. The boy's computer screen still glows with the Roblox logout page. His account is gone. The father scrolls through chat logs and realizes the unthinkable. His son was groomed by someone offering free Robux. The friendly avatar who played with him for weeks was actually a scammer who finally sprung the trap and stole the account, along with the credit card info saved on it.
Oof.
Now the child is devastated, blaming himself and terrified he'll get in trouble for what happened. The father's heart breaks, and then burns with anger. How do you explain to a child that they were not the criminal here, but the victim of a very real one? For millions of children, Roblox is more than a game. It's a social lifeline, a creative outlet, a part of their identity.
Welcome
So when
back.
hackers rip that away, the emotional fallout is intense. Kids feel violated and unsafe in a space that was supposed to be their fun escape. Some withdraw, others lash out, and some, heartbreakingly, are ridiculed by the very people who hurt them.
Yeah.
Recall those YouTube videos where beamers mocked crying children.
Yeah, but I was editing something real
Exists
quick.
is a dark testament to how cruel this underworld can be. But the exploitation doesn't stop at hurt feelings or stolen money.
Yeah,
There's
I was
a
wondering
deeper
what
story,
happened to this
the
Nightbot,
cycle
but
of
yeah, now I figured it out.
Remember how Roblox can be a testing ground for budding hackers? Some kids, after being scammed or witnessing scams, become curious or vengeful enough to try it themselves. 13-year-olds who lost their items start lurking in hacker forums to learn techniques, wanting to get back what's theirs, or simply to exert power after feeling powerless.
Oof.
In the Darknet Diaries interview, a hacker called Drew admitted he started at age 13 on Roblox, first just trying to get some free stuff, then sliding deeper into cracking accounts and scams. Today's Beamer might literally be a kid who decided that if you can't beat him, join him. What does it do to a child's mind? When the people they trust betray them, and the only way out is to become like them. It's a Lord of the Flies in cyberspace.
Yep.
No adults in sight, kids creating their own rules, some becoming predators, others prey. The older teens in these circles often mentor the younger ones in wrongdoing. They offer scripts, tools, get-rich-quick schemes for Robux. To a kid with no income, the idea of making hundreds of dollars by hacking a game account sounds like a dream hustle, until it spirals out of control. There have been cases of teens facing real criminal charges for swiping large sums via Roblox. One UK teenager was arrested for a Roblox-related hacking scheme, stunned that the police were at his door for something he thought was just internet stuff. Consequences are catching up, slowly but surely.
Yep.
On the flip side, some unlikely heroes have emerged. Older gamers and YouTubers sometimes patrol communities, warning younger players about scams. Ethical hackers expose vulnerabilities to Roblox so the company can fix them before bad guys exploit them. Even the media and watchdog groups now publish guides for parents. How to tell if your kid's Roblox items were stolen, or keeping children safe from gaming scams. The word is getting out, but it's a daunting task to educate millions of kids on OPSEC, operational security, and skepticism, especially when the tricks keep evolving. Roblox Corporation itself, though notoriously tight-lipped, beefed up security measures. They introduced pin-locked trading, added alerts for unusual behavior, and hired more moderators. In mid-2022, after that surge of beaming incidents, Roblox quietly rolled out a feature to invalidate session tokens more quickly, to thwart those .har file replay attacks. They've made progress, but for every wall they build, determined hackers find a ladder or a tunnel. Parents now find themselves in a strange new battlefield. They grew up warning about stranger danger on the street. Now the strangers are cute avatars offering free virtual candy. How do you tell an 8-year-old that their favorite YouTuber giveaway could be a phishing trap? That the cool new cheat program their friend sent might actually be a keylogger? These are conversations that most never imagined having. Roblox isn't inherently evil. Far from it. It still brings joy and creativity to millions. But it's a bit like a city. By day, full of playgrounds and smiles. By night, certain alleyways you'd never want your kid wandering alone. And right now, too many kids are wandering those alleys without understanding the dangers. The dark truth behind Roblox is that the lines between game and reality, between play money and real money, have blurred. A kid's game has become a criminal empire. So the question is, who's really in control of Roblox? The developers or the hackers? But Roblox was just one playground. Across the internet, there are marketplaces built not to scam kids, but to sell their identities. To see how one dark web empire turned stolen data into global profit, watch our next story, the dark web's Amazon for stolen identities.
Oh, I've seen that. I've heard of that. I heard that before. So basically, it was a it was dark web and a dark web Amazon for stolen identities. I think I can see that video. Okay. Okay.
February 1995, Raleigh, North Carolina. FBI agents surround a dark apartment complex. Their target, a hacker could start a nuclear war with a phone call. Inside, Kevin Mitnick, America's most wanted hacker, is at a keyboard, ignoring the agents closing in. The door opens, flashlights, guns, shouts, FBI! Mitnick raises his hands, heart pounding. Caught. Or is this where his story actually begins? How did a charming phone prankster turn into the most dangerous hacker? A teenager walks calmly into a Pacific Bell Telephone Company office in Los Angeles. He looks like any 17-year-old tech trainee. Polo shirt, a bit pudgy, unassuming. No one stops him as he goes down the hall, opens an unlocked door, and picks up a few confidential manuals. Inside are passcodes and technical schematics for the phone company's digital locks and systems. He tucks them under his arm and walks right back out. This bold heist is Kevin Mitnick's idea of fun. By the late 1970s, Kevin has already discovered the thrill of exploitation without writing a single line of code. People and systems trust too easily, and he's happy to take advantage. By age 12, Mitnick had learned his first social engineering trick, the bus ticket scam. Little Kevin convinced a bus driver to tell him where to buy a machine that punches transit tickets, claiming it was for a school project. Armed with his own punch and a stash of blank slips he scavenged from a dumpster, he rode Los Angeles buses for free. It wasn't about saving money, it was about beating the system. If people assumed a polite kid was telling the truth, that was their mistake to exploit. By his teens, Kevin's exploits have escalated from buses to phone lines. He's fallen in with a crowd of phone freaks, teenagers who sneak into phone networks for kicks. Kevin, now calling himself the Condor after his favorite spy movie, treats phone systems like a giant playground. He figures out access codes, eavesdrops on voicemail, and pranks authority figures just to prove he can. Late one night, he uses a borrowed credential to dial into a phone company switch and reroute a local FBI agent's home phone to a motel room as a joke. When the agent's colleagues call, they get a flirtatious motel clerk instead of their man. Kevin and his friends roar with laughter in a basement, delighting in how easy it is to mess with the mighty FBI. It's risky, reckless, and undeniably addicting. But what kind of
It is risky and
uses an
reckless.
FBI agent's phone? Just for fun? And what happens when those jokes stop being funny? Kevin's fearless curiosity soon crosses a line. That walk-in stunt at Pacific Bell doesn't go unnoticed for long. Those manuals are missed, and it isn't hard to figure out which young phone enthusiast in town might be responsible. In 1981, Mitnick is finally arrested for the first time. A judge, stunned at the teen's audacity, declares Kevin addicted to computer tampering and sends him to a juvenile rehabilitation program for 1 year. The punishment is meant to scare him straight. Kevin just got caught. But was a year of rehab enough to stop someone addicted to the game? Or was this just his warm-up? By the late 1980s, Kevin Mitnick couldn't resist a challenge. A dare from fellow hackers put him on a collision course with one of the world's top tech companies. His target, the Digital Equipment Corporation, DEC. Specifically, DEC's prized development system known as the ARC. Cracking it would prove he was elite. Kevin's plan wasn't to write some genius code. Instead, he picked up the phone. He cold-called DEC's New Hampshire office, claiming to be Anton Chernoff, a famous DEC engineer. It was a gutsy bluff. Chernoff's name was known, but his voice wasn't. Kevin feigned frustration. "I can't log in from my location," he lied to a system developer. "I need a test account." Within minutes, the helpful engineer created a login for Anton Chernoff. Access granted. Kevin had slipped right through the front door of DEC's network. No password cracking required. He triumphantly showed his hacker friends that he could now browse.
This is equivalent of your bank calling you because your account was compromised. Like, hang up the phone, search up your bank's actual number, and call your bank. Call the bank, tell them, "Hey, y'all calling me from this number, blah blah blah," tell them situation, whatever. The fuck is going on with that?
DEC's software vault. They were in awe, and also jealous. That stunt would cost Kevin dearly. One of those friends betrayed him, tipping off DEC's security team and the FBI about who had infiltrated the ARC. Kevin realized too late that he'd been double-crossed. For the first time, the FBI came knocking, not to arrest him yet, but to warn his mother that her son's hacking was on their radar. Imagine being a teenager and having a federal agent at your door because you sweet-talked your way into a tech giant's crown jewels. Most would back off, but would Kevin? Well, he dove into even riskier exploits. By 1988, 25-year-old Mitnick had set his sights on bigger trophies.
This is the reason why I want to become cybersecurity white hat advisor, a cybersecurity advisor basically.
source code, and secrets from telecommunications and computer companies. He bypassed passwords, rifled through private emails, and copied proprietary software as if it were a personal library. One coveted prize was the source code for DEC's VMS operating system, which he copied to study its vulnerabilities. What was he really after? Control? Curiosity? Or was he just proving no one was safe? Another target, Motorola. Posing as a trusted insider, Mitnick conned a Motorola employee into sending him valuable cell phone source code over the network, essentially stealing the blueprint of a new cell phone technology. Each hack was bolder than the last. Mitnick wasn't after money, he was after knowledge, power, the rush. Finally,
Jesus
or
Christ.
someone close to him did. In 1988, FBI agents nabbed Mitnick and charged him for a laundry list of computer crimes, including the DEC caper. This time, there was no getting off easy. Kevin pled guilty to computer and wire fraud. The judge, spooked by Mitnick's reputation, denied him bail. Why? Because a prosecutor absurdly claimed Kevin could whistle into a telephone and launch nuclear missiles via NORAD.
Okay,
It
Boomer,
sounded like
what the
science
fuck?
fiction, a hacker triggering World War III with a phone call. But the court bought it. They locked Mitnick in solitary confinement for 8 months awaiting trial. After nearly 5 years behind bars, including those months in solitary, Mitnick was finally released in 1990. The authorities thought they'd taught the most dangerous hacker a lesson. They even forbade him from touching a computer or a modem during his supervised release. Kevin walked out of prison a free man, vowing to stay out of trouble. End of story? Not a chance. Just 2 years later, Mitnick felt the old itch. He found a juicy vulnerability in the phone company's voicemail system and couldn't resist. In 1992, he hacked into Pacific Bell's voicemail computers, ironically, the same company he'd burglarized as a teen.
What the fuck?
The instant the FBI got wind, they prepared a new arrest warrant. But Kevin Mitnick wasn't going to be locked up again. He packed his bags, slipped into the night, and vanished. But how long could the FBI chase a ghost? Who always saw them coming? Kevin Mitnick became a ghost. From 1992 to 1995, he lived in the shadows, eluding an FBI manhunt that spanned the country.
Oh, wow.
Moved between cities under false identities, renting cheap apartments, always paying in cash. By day, he was Eric Weiss, a polite IT assistant at a law firm in Denver. By night, he was logging into systems he wasn't supposed to. With a new name and even a new look, Mitnick hid in plain sight. Despite his photo plastered on an FBI Most Wanted poster, he managed to blend into normal life. But he never stopped hacking. Far from it. During his years on the run, Mitnick waged a one-man cybercrime spree, though he still insisted it was all in fun. He snuck into dozens of companies' networks just to see what he could find. Telecom companies, software firms, even branches of the US government. He copied proprietary source code from Sun Microsystems, Nokia, Motorola, and more. He eavesdropped on private email correspondence and stole password files at will. Each intrusion left IT administrators baffled. Who was this phantom breaching their systems and vanishing without a trace? The FBI was embarrassed. This lone hacker was making them look foolish. But how did Mitnick stay a step ahead for so long? The answer lies in his bag of spy tricks. Kevin cleverly cloned cellular phones, reprogramming cheap cell phones with legitimate subscribers' numbers, so that any call he made was untraceable to him. He'd use a cloned phone briefly, then discard it like a digital burner. He also had radio scanners to monitor law enforcement frequencies. In fact, Mitnick pulled off the ultimate feat of turning the tables. He wiretapped the FBI agents hunting him. Yes, you heard that right. He found a way to listen to the investigators' phone calls and even their voicemails. But what kind of hacker taps the phone of the very people chasing him? And how long can he stay ahead? As one friend later said, Kevin could hear the footsteps of those trying to sneak up on him. If the FBI planned a raid, Kevin often knew hours before they arrived. He even learned the names and home addresses of the entire FBI team on his case.
Jesus
By
fucking
late
Christ.
1994, Kevin Mitnick had become the FBI's ultimate ghost.
What the
a polite
fuck?
nobody in public, an invisible intruder online. The U.S.
Excuse-
Department of Justice was now calling him the most wanted computer criminal in United States history.
That's a title and a half. What the fuck? Jeez. I mean, wow. I definitely understand the hearing footsteps part. Definitely not from personal experience.
He was their boogeyman, blamed for hacks he probably didn't even do. His exploits spawned a legion of admirers campaigning Free Kevin. Hackers defaced websites like Yahoo and even the New York Times with messages demanding Mitnick's release, as if he were some digital folk hero. The myth was growing larger than the man, yet Kevin himself was growing reckless. After years of relentless success, he felt almost invincible. But a ghost
Nobody's
can't haunt the wires for so long before someone catches on. So what happens when the next trap is set by someone just as smart as him? Christmas Day, 1994. While most people unwrap gifts, Kevin Mitnick unwraps a fresh target. He had been probing an internet service provider in San Diego and stumbled upon a connection to a prominent computer security expert named Tsutomu Shimomura. To Kevin, Shimomura was just another system to explore, a repository of cutting-edge security research and personal files. Over the holiday, Mitnick broke into Shimomura's computer with ease, copying some sensitive files as trophies. He might have even left a calling card or two, as was his style. It was just another day's work for Kevin. But for Tsutomu Shimomura, returning from his Christmas vacation to find his computer ransacked, it was deeply personal. This wasn't an anonymous corporation being hacked. It was him, a respected researcher who took pride in securing systems. An attack on his home turf was an affront, and Shimomura was furious. This time, the hacker had hacked the wrong guy. Shimomura contacted the FBI immediately, offering his expertise to nail Mitnick. What followed was a high-tech transcontinental manhunt teaming the feds with a hacker hunter equally skilled.
Oh,
For the first time, Mitnick had a peer on his tail, someone who understood the way he thought and could anticipate his moves. Shimomura combed through logs and traced Mitnick's digital fingerprints, identifying that the intruder was operating via a cell phone connection in the Raleigh, North Carolina area. That was half a country away, but at least they had a clue. The FBI, with Shimomura's guidance, mobilized a tactical team to Raleigh. The plan: use radio direction finding gear to pinpoint Mitnick's exact location. Agents drove around with special antennas capable of homing in on the unique signals from Mitnick's cloned cell phone whenever he connected to the internet. It was a literal fox hunt for a wireless ghost. In February 1994, the net drew tight. Shimomura and the FBI
impressive.
monitored Kevin's routine. Late at night, often around 11 p.m., a certain cell phone number, one not registered to any real customer, would light up the cellular networks, their cue that Mitnick was online, likely launching another hack. On February 15, 1995, they got a hit. The direction-finding vans triangulated the signal to an apartment complex in Raleigh. This was it. They had him down to a specific building. As agents prepared to move in, Shimomura quietly stood by, anxious. Would Kevin detect something was off? His scanners might alert him, but no alarm sounded. The hacker was busy at his screen, blissfully unaware that outside in the dark, the FBI was at his doorstep. Just after midnight, the tactical team made its move. They crept down the hall toward apartment 202, hearts pounding. Inside, Kevin Mitnick was engrossed in a late-night session, perhaps attempting to crack another system or reading stolen emails. One agent signaled 3, 2, 1. They rammed the door. FBI, get down! The door flew open to reveal a startled Mitnick at his computer. For an instant, Kevin froze. So this was how it ends? He raised his hands as agents swarmed him. The chase was over. It was exactly 1:30 a.m. on February 15th, 1995, when the Condor was finally caged, ending a wild 2.5-year pursuit. Agents found bin loads of tech, cell phones, hard drives, fake IDs, the tools of his trade. Mitnick, 31 years old and slightly bewildered, was taken into custody on a raft of charges. Outside, Tsutomu Shimomura exhaled in relief. He had won the hacker duel, but for Kevin Mitnick, the real battle was just beginning. The fight over his legacy and his legend. Could the FBI control the legend they just caught? And was the legend bigger than the man? Kevin Mitnick's capture might have ended his hacking spree, but it kicked off a firestorm of controversy and change. As he awaited trial, hackers worldwide rallied to free Kevin. They plastered his face on t-shirts and websites, arguing that while he broke the law, the government was overstating his threat. To them, Kevin wasn't a monster, just a curious soul who exposed how insecure systems really were. The FBI, on the other hand, trumpeted his arrest as a major victory against cybercrime. Officials called him the most dangerous hacker in America, blaming him for causing fear and chaos. They pointed to families of officials Kevin had harassed, secrets he had stolen, and the notion that if this hacker wasn't harshly punished, others would be emboldened. When Mitnick finally faced a judge in 1999, he accepted a plea deal. He pled guilty to multiple counts of wire and computer fraud and was sentenced to 46 months in prison, in addition to the years he'd already spent in pretrial detention. All told, he served about 5 years behind bars. As part of his release, the court banned him from touching any computer or cell phone for 3 additional years. Imagine the world's most famous hacker forbidden from using the internet in the .com era. It was like telling Michelangelo he couldn't touch a paintbrush. Mitnick later joked it was the hardest part of his punishment, but he kept his head down and obeyed the restrictions. Over time, the fear around Mitnick began to give way to insight. In a Senate hearing in March 2000, Kevin spoke openly about how he pulled off his hacks. He testified that the human element is truly the weakest link in security, emphasizing that all the firewalls and encryption mean nothing if a savvy con artist can trick an insider. He described with a bit of pride how he never needed to punch through high-tech defenses when he could just call up an employee and ask for the front door key, figuratively speaking. Mitnick's forte was social engineering, impersonating people to gain trust and information, and his exploits proved just how effective that technique could be. Companies took notes. Following Mitnick's case, corporations and government agencies across the globe started investing in security awareness training for their staff, teaching them not to fall for the kind of tricks Kevin used. In a way, the havoc he caused forced the cybersecurity field to grow up. And what about Kevin Mitnick himself? In a plot twist worthy of a movie, after his release, Kevin transformed from outlaw to advisor. He wrote best-selling books about his adventures, Ghost in the Wires and The Art of Deception. And he began working as a legitimate security consultant, helping companies find weaknesses in their systems by doing the same things that once landed him in jail. The fox now guards the henhouse, with a deep understanding of how the other foxes think. Mitnick even gained enough respectability to testify alongside law enforcement experts, warning Congress about emerging cyber threats. The once infamous Condor eventually became a respected white hat hacker, using his skills to protect where he once infiltrated. But the question is, if someone else followed in his footsteps today, would we even see it coming? Kevin Mitnick manipulated people, not machines. But what happens when hackers no longer need your trust? Just your data? To see how a stolen cookie can hijack your entire identity, watch the dark web.
Also, okay, so this is gonna be like the last video we watch for the stream before I have to end off the stream.
April 13th, 2013, Nebraska. An elite FBI strike team storms a suburban house. Inside, a man scrambles to close his laptop, but it's too late. Armed FBI agents flood the room. He's not a drug lord or a mob boss. He's the acting cybersecurity chief of a U.S. federal agency, and the FBI caught him on a child abuse forum. Not by tracing him, but by hacking the dark web itself. How did America's top law enforcers end up hacking like a criminal group? And what happens when the hunters become the hackers? 2012. Law enforcement faced a growing problem. Criminals disappearing into the anonymity of the Tor network. Tor, a privacy tool endorsed by activists and even the U.S. State Department, was a double-edged sword. On one side, it protected journalists, political dissidents, and whistleblowers from repressive regimes. But on the other, it shielded drug markets, hackers for hire, and child predators operating in the darkest corners of the internet. For FBI agents tasked with hunting predators online, Tor was like a fortress protecting their targets in darkness. By 2011, Child abuse forums like Petaboard had become notorious and untouchable. In the Netherlands, a cybercrime unit got a lucky break. They discovered Petaboard's admin login had no password. With a few clicks, Dutch agents slipped inside.
Golden rule of the internet. Golden rule of the internet. If you're gonna have personal stuff on the cloud, you gotta have a password. Gotta have it encrypted. No matter what.
And traced the server's physical location to an unsuspecting data center.
Okay. Oh.
The site's operator was a 31-year-old IT worker named Aaron McGrath, who was quietly hosting at least 3 child pornography sites on his servers. They got the admin, but not the users. Because how do you catch a criminal you can't even find? Instead of rushing in to arrest McGrath, the FBI made a bold decision. Agents kept him under surveillance and did not tip him off that his secret was out. They realized they had a singular opportunity. What if they could turn McGrath's websites against their visitors? What if, instead of just shutting down the forum, they could use it as bait to identify everyone lurking in the shadows? For nearly a year, FBI investigators and Justice Department lawyers huddled in secret, devising a plan to do exactly that. The strategy would be unprecedented, legally and technically. They sought a special warrant that would let them not only seize the illegal sites, but operate them in order to hack their users. Late one night in November 2012, the plan kicked into action. FBI agents quietly seized McGrath's servers and whisked them off to an FBI facility in Omaha. The sites went dark only briefly. When they came back up, nothing seemed amiss to the users still browsing the forum's horrific content. But in the background, the code running on those sites had been altered by the FBI. The trap was set. Thousands of predators were back online. The question now was simple. Who would click first and be the first to fall? For 2 weeks...
Hey Sky, I just saw your message. I was wondering why chat was not moving. What happened? Well, it's still actually YouTube videos. Occasionally with the kick chat, I occasionally am seeing bots pop up, and just the second I see a bot message, I ban it instantly.
The FBI became the administrator of a dark web child pornography site without the users ever knowing. Internally, agents dubbed this sting Operation Torpedo. Their secret weapon was a piece of tailor-made malware, euphemistically called a Network Investigative Technique, or NIT. It worked like a classic hacker's trick known as a drive-by download. Simply visit the compromised site, and the malware silently downloads to your computer. Except this time, the hacker wearing the black hat was the FBI. Once a visitor loaded the FBI's booby-trapped pages, the NIT would spring into action. It exploited a hidden vulnerability in the Tor browser, a modified Firefox browser, to break out of Tor's protections. The malware didn't vandalize the computer or steal files. It had one focused mission: expose the visitor's identity. In the milliseconds after a user clicked a link, the NIT pulled back their real IP address, along with details like their MAC address and PC hostname, then sent this data straight to an FBI server outside the Tor network. In other words, it punched a tiny hole in the Tor veil, just big enough to slip a tracer through. The dark web user would notice nothing unusual. The site would still display normally. But unbeknownst to them, their supposedly hidden computer had just handed its calling card to the FBI. But how many users would fall for it before the FBI struck? From an FBI operations center, agents watched as their malware reeled in target after target. Little dots on the map lit up as each suspect's location was uncovered. In that short 2-week span, the NIT unmasked at least 25 users in the United States, plus more from as far away as Europe and South America. Every new ping from the malware was another alleged predator who had just given away their location. Agents marveled. This was something new, like shining a flashlight into a pitch-dark cave. and suddenly seeing the predator's eyes glinting back. But one of those glowing dots would stun even the agents watching. Some of the caught users panicked and tried to cover their tracks. One man spent only 9 minutes on the site and later frantically wiped his hard drive. It didn't matter. Digital forensics recovered traces of his activity, proving he had downloaded illegal images. Another user had been chatting on the forums with someone he thought was a fellow predator, trading techniques on how to stay anonymous. That friend was actually an undercover FBI agent. The suspect, eventually unmasked by the malware, turned out to be Timothy DeFoggy, the acting cybersecurity director of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Yes, the very person responsible for protecting Americans from cyber threats was secretly consuming the worst crimes imaginable. By April 2013, the
Jesus
FBI was ready to
Christ.
strike physically. They had quietly compiled real names and addresses from the IPs their NIT obtained. In coordinated pre-dawn raids across the country, agents knocked down doors and arrested suspected pedophiles who days earlier believed they were untouchable ghosts on the web. In total, at least 14 suspects were charged as a result of the Operation Torpedo investigation, and over a dozen would eventually be convicted. For the first time, an FBI cyber attack had punctured Tor's shield and led directly to real-world handcuffs. But now that the FBI had tasted success, how far would they take this new power? The FBI's secret hacker army had won a major battle, but not without controversy. In court, defense attorneys were stunned to learn that their clients had been hacked by the government. The FBI had initially been so secretive about its methods that suspects weren't notified of the malware deployment for months, well beyond the 30-day window the warrant allowed. Lawyers argued that this no-knock digital search violated the Fourth Amendment, likening it to a covert wiretap that was never disclosed. Privacy advocates shuddered at the implications. If the FBI could hack en masse like this, what limits would keep them from using it on other websites or against people who weren't hardcore criminals? The judge in the Nebraska cases ultimately upheld the FBI's tactics as legal, but a precedent was set, and a Pandora's box was now open. The Bureau had a taste of success using malware as a dragnet. The question was, how far would they go with it next?
Ooh.
The FBI's next move would show both the power and the peril of its secret hacker army. Fast forward to August 2013. In Ireland, police arrest Eric Ian Marquez, the alleged operator of Freedom Hosting, the largest provider of anonymous web hosting on Tor. Freedom Hosting was massive. At its peak, it reportedly hosted half of all hidden sites on the Tor network. Yes, many were criminal sites, but Freedom Hosting also powered a popular email service used by thousands of ordinary people around the world for private, secure communication called Tormail. After Marquez's arrest, Freedom Hosting sites mysteriously went down for maintenance. This was no ordinary downtime. The FBI had essentially commandeered the hosting provider's servers, similar to what they did in Operation Torpedo, but on a far grander scale. They had a new NIT ready, and this time it would be deployed like a wide net over every site hosted by Freedom Hosting. As users tried to log into any of the thousands of sites on that platform, whether to visit a criminal forum or just check their Tormail inbox, they were met with a seemingly benign maintenance page. Behind that page lurked the FBI's malware, primed to exploit a critical Firefox bug in the Tor browser bundle. Anyone who had JavaScript enabled, the default setting, was instantly infected. In a flash, their computer secretly sent its real IP address and unique MAC address to a server somewhere in Virginia. A server
Thank you, LibreWolf, for disabling JavaScript by default, and for hard coding the browser to have JavaScript permanently disabled.
under FBI control. The user's anonymity was effectively shredded without them ever seeing a thing out of the ordinary. This mass hacking operation didn't discriminate. Unlike Operation Torpedo, where the FBI at least knew everyone visiting the site was there for criminal content, the Freedom Hosting takedown.
FBI, if you want to hack, if you want to look into the developers of LibreWolf, be my guest.
cast a blind net. Thousands of people around the globe got swept up in it. Child predators were unmasked, yes, but so were activists and reporters who had nothing to do with child abuse. A journalist using Tormail suddenly had her location exposed, just for logging in. A Syrian dissident using a hidden forum to evade government censorship unknowingly downloaded FBI
Cubes OS,
spyware, possibly outing himself to US authorities. Anyone who visited any site on Freedom Hosting during the malware's deployment was effectively tagged and traced by the FBI's code. When word got out, the internet erupted in speculation and outrage. Security researchers dissected the mysterious code that had appeared on Tor sites and concluded it was almost certainly planted by law enforcement. The payload didn't do anything but report identifying information, a hallmark of an FBI 9T. The FBI refused to officially confirm its involvement, but the evidence was clear. The ethical lines were now undeniably blurred. Journalists and dissidents, the very people Tor was meant to protect, had been collateral damage in an FBI hacking spree. That the FBI engaged in a bulk hacking operation against all visitors to Tormail, which had many lawful, valid uses, raises serious concerns, argued attorneys from the ACLU, in an attempt to unseal the secret court docket authorizing this sweep. This was a fundamental question. How far can law enforcement go? Is it acceptable to infect 100 innocents with malware in order to catch 10 criminals? The FBI was pushing the boundaries of investigative tactics, driven by righteous motive but now veering into territory that made even judges uneasy. In the shadows, the FBI's hacker team continued refining their tools, preparing for the next big operation. Its target, thousands of users, one illegal site, and the most ambitious FBI hack the world had ever seen. But would they get away with it? In 2015, the FBI launched its most ambitious offensive against dark web crime, an operation that would come to light as Operation Pacifier. Its focal point was a Tor-hidden service called Playpen, one of the
I heard
largest
a pacifier.
websites ever seen, with over 150,000 users' accounts registered. After a tip from abroad, agents managed to discover Playpen's server in North Carolina and seized it. But instead of shutting it down, the FBI did it again. They ran the illegal site themselves for nearly 2 weeks. From a government facility in Virginia, agents operated Playpen in all its horrific detail, all to quietly deploy their malware to everyone logging in. Using a single sweeping warrant from a magistrate judge, the FBI was authorized to deliver its NIT to any user who signed into Playpen during those 2 weeks. This time the scale was staggering. The malware exploited a flaw in the Tor browser's code, again a Firefox weakness, and installed a beacon on each visitor's computer. The moment a user clicked on that familiar Playpen login screen, the NIT would surreptitiously transmit their real IP and other identifiers back to FBI headquarters in Alexandria, Virginia. Thousands of computers were infected around the world in this manner, from the US to Europe, from South America to possibly Asia. It was, as the Electronic Frontier Foundation later noted, the most extensive known use of government malware in US history. The results were equal parts impressive and unsettling. Over 1,000 users were successfully identified and hundreds have been prosecuted so far. But when the existence of Operation Pacifier became public through court cases, it ignited a firestorm of legal challenges. Defense lawyers argued that the FBI had violated jurisdiction by hacking computers all over the globe with a warrant from a single judge in Virginia. Several federal judges agreed that the Playpen warrant exceeded authority under Rule 41 of criminal procedure, which traditionally didn't allow searches outside a judge's district. Some evidence was tossed out, cases dismissed. Other judges, however, allowed the evidence under exceptions, given the severity of the crimes. So how did the FBI make sure they'd never face that kind of legal threat again? The Department of Justice quietly moved to change the rules. In late 2016, amidst relatively little public fanfare, the rules of federal criminal procedure were amended so that a magistrate can issue warrants to hack multiple computers even outside their district, as long as those computers are using technologies like Tor to conceal their location. In essence, they legalized and solidified the hacker army approach. The FBI's ability to conduct mass hacking operations was no longer an ad hoc trick. It was codified into their playbook. As Operation Pacifier wrapped up, one thing was clear. The FBI's experiment from 2012 had evolved into a new era of law enforcement. The Bureau now maintained a dedicated team of coders and hackers, an elite cyber squad that could craft malware as stealthy and potent as any criminal organization. This secret hacker army operated under deep secrecy, its tools closely guarded. In some instances, prosecutors chose to drop charges against certain suspects caught by an NIT rather than reveal the technical details of the malware in court, underscoring how valuable and secret these hacking tools had become to the FBI.
Jesus Christ.
But with tools this powerful, how long before someone uses them for something else? Public opinion remains sharply divided. To victims of child exploitation and those who pursue predators.
Translating the question, translating what what he just said, basically, what, it's not if, but when will someone hack the FBI again and end up stealing that very technology? It's not an if, but a when. Pandora's box has already been broken and already been opened. So it's not an if, it's a when will someone wreak havoc on the entire world with that kind of technology. And essentially what the FBI developed was basically the demo clone of the Fast and Furious God's Eye. So if it ends up being fully developed, it will change the game of manhunt forever.
These operations are a godsend, a creative weapon to strike back at abusers who, without such measures, might never be found. But to privacy advocates and many in the tech community, the FBI's methods set a dangerous precedent. If the government can compromise thousands of devices en masse, how long before this capability is used beyond its original scope? The mission creep worries are not hypothetical. After all, the same Tor network that hosted Playpen also enables secure communication for activists and journalists. Each time the FBI launches a new malware attack, there's a nagging fear that the next target might be a dissident or a reporter under a broad definition of threat. In the halls of the FBI, the success of their hacker team is a point of pride and a sign of the future. In hushed meetings, officials acknowledge that cyber infiltrations of anonymous networks are now as crucial as wiretaps and undercover ops were in past decades. The FBI had a hacker army. It tasted blood. So the real question now, where and who will they hack next?
They tasted blood. Thing is, the true question is, when will the FBI commit cyber genocide on a national scale? I think they already did, but like on a net, like basically everyone is collateral damage. Both cyber criminals, white hat hackers, journalists, and your average civilian. This is a genuine concern. Cause like, as much as impressive as this is, it only takes one insider to go on a total power trip on a possibly on an international level. Trump, and anyone in the government, Anywho, that being said, I'm gonna be ending off today's stream. Thank you everyone for joining today, and I hope you all have a wonderful day, evening, night, or time zone. And with that being said, remember to hydrate or die straight with Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.